The plainest Jane. This is one of my favorite comments here. She says, I loves me some black, and she said, loves me some black news. She says, is it just me, or does anyone else get tired of seeing people that don't look like them delivering info about them day in and day out?
I'm your girl, thePLAINESTjane, and let's see what's happening in these virtual streets. You ready? All right now. This could be a crazy ride. I'm warning you now. What up and welcome back. I'm Jane, thePLAINESTjane, and I serve in the form of black news and celebrity entertainment over here on this channel. Come on in, okay? We got some black celebrity updates, so to speak. Listen, y'all know things are always sticky in Hollywood and in real life. Come on in, get a seat on the bus. We're a little early for the bus tonight, are we not? Now, we was 14 minutes late from our scheduled time, but we're still early because we usually be coming on 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Yesterday, I went live 2 o'clock in the morning. I think it was 2, 3 in the morning, something like that. Nonetheless, come on in, find a seat on the bus, and pay your fare. It's absolutely free to support the channel and hit thumbs up. Listen, we need to talk. We need to talk, okay? Y'all know things are always sticky in Hollywood and in real life. You know this, you know this, you know this. It's my tagline. Thank you for dropping the pancakes in the chat. Keep them coming in. Thank you so much, okay? Now, I've been waiting to talk on this subject. I've had my own thoughts. We chat about this in Discord. We've been getting down to it in Discord, talking about it. But today is the day where some information and some news dropped, where I said, okay, you know, I don't even have to publicly ride the fence anymore or whatever, because now I have a stance. And now this is making sense where I can definitively pick a side and speak on it. We're going to open up the phone lines as well to allow you to call in. Now, you don't have to agree with me to call in, right? So, Jonathan Majors, we've all seen this guy. He's been thrusted to the front of media. He's starting a lot of things, you know, Creed 3, Lovecraft Country, Marvel's got some stuff going on with him. Now, he's been acting for quite some time, but he just got his like official pop, his push on the front of magazines. It almost seemed like they were shoving him down our throats, okay? Like you couldn't miss him, right? And he's pretty infamous and known in the last 2 or 3 months since he's really popped and surged to the top for that pursed lip that he always has, okay? It's always looking like, it's always looking like that. But these text messages that were released today via his own counsel, via his attorneys, they really shut down all doubt. And I'm wondering if his attorneys hate him. They must hate him. They have to hate him. Why are they moving this way? I guess they thought they were going to clear the air, right? With these text messages, and they were going to prove something, his innocence. Baby, that's not what it gave. That's not what it gave at all. We're going to get into the stickiness of this syrup. Okay. This has been a very polarizing conversation, right? Because you got some people who took it at face value and said, hey, the initial allegations at face value and said, hey, he's an abuser. This is disgusting. He needs to pay for his crimes. And then you had some people who, y'all are trying to tear down a black man. Anytime a black man gets successful, y'all want a dog pile on him. I'm standing with him. And then you had some people, you know, some black women who were like, listen, this ain't our fight. He don't even like or date our kind, right? So there's a lot of different layers and nuances that we need and that we are going to get into within this conversation because it's been a very tangled web, okay? As far as the information that we got, do we have the truth of what happened that evening, right? I feel like we don't necessarily have the truth. We have a thread of innuendos and clues, right? But I've been leery from the beginning, especially speaking out and trying to, villainize him, speak down on him, bash him and hold him accountable for something that we really don't have any evidence of, especially because the accusation was coming from what? A white woman. Can we really believe this? Right? There's so many different layers to this. So I've been leery of rushing to believe either in any of these sides. Okay. And so when I say that, I mean, I'm sitting up here looking like this. This is what I'm looking like. I'm like, I don't believe none of this. I can't take any of what any of y'all are saying. I can't take the woman and what she's saying as 100% fact. I can't take Jonathan as what he's saying as 100% fact. And I damn sure can't take his attorney and what his attorney is saying as 100% fact. I'm sitting here looking like, I got to take all of y'all with a grain of salt and figure out how I feel about this with no evidence, no solid fact. Okay. So this is how I've been feeling about it, right? On the surface, I had my inklings and my instincts, but I said, you know what? We really need to wait. We really need to wait. I wouldn't publicly speak out about this until I had more information. And baby, today is that day. Today's that day. Make sure y'all hit thumbs up. I got my favorite color on. My favorite color is purple. Shout out to the people who send things to the P.O. box. Okay. It's listed down below in the description box. But nonetheless, hit thumbs up. We're going to get into it. I want to break some things down. And I'm really anxious to open the phone lines. Hopefully, there are a couple of people who really have some passionate thoughts and feelings about this. And I really do think that some people will. Because we're talking about potential situations of abuse or domestic violence. This was his girlfriend, after all, who accused him of this, right? So buckle your seatbelts. We're gonna get into it, okay? Y'all know I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep it a buck. So you might not agree, but I'm gonna tell you how I feel, and I'm picking up on these clues, and that's what we're going to discuss today. Okay? Are y'all feeling all right? We're 8 minutes in. We're warming up a little bit. Okay. We're going to be into the nitty gritty by 10 minutes. I'll go back and I'll add my timestamps, but we're getting warmed up. Okay. Okay. I see the purple hearts for my favorite color, but also for Kiva. This is like her, I would say, quote unquote, official channel emoji. Come get this commentary, Kiva. Purple hearts are her signature, but purple is definitely my favorite color. Nonetheless, y'all hit thumbs up. Shout out to everybody in the live chat. Shout out to my moderators. Shout out to my channel members. Let's get ready for takeoff. Y'all know we did a post earlier on the community tab earlier where we were laughing and joking earlier today. So definitely shout out to the channel members. And listen, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into what we need to discuss here today on the channel. Drop your pancakes, hit thumbs up, and let's go.
thePLAINESTjane. This is one of my favorite comments here. She says, I loves me some black, and she said, loves me some black news. She says, is it just me, or does anyone else get tired of seeing people that don't look like them delivering info about them day in and day out?
All right, so here's where I'll start, because we do have some things to talk about, since I think this news broke Friday of last week. So it's almost been about a week, right? About Friday, right? Because I left for Virginia Thursday night. Yeah, it was about Friday. So I was watching these updates as they came in, Friday or Saturday, but I think it was Friday of last week, right? And a lot of people took his attorney's word as bond, okay? A lot of people did. And here's the problem with that. A lot of people, first we get, let me go ahead and get to the right screen here. Okay. A lot of people took this headline and they ran with it, right? Some people, actor Jonathan Majors arrested for assault. His spokesperson denies wrongdoing, right? And then his attorney comes out and says, we're denying all these allegations. We've got evidence that's going to prove that he's innocent, right? And then we got to the point where his attorney released a statement and said, listen, this woman has recanted her statement. She's recanted it. And people took that as fact and they ran with it. Oh, you see why this is so important, not to tear, a Black brother down, et cetera, et cetera. And I feel like a lot of people forget the reality of what an attorney is supposed to do. They're supposed to defend. Hello? Are attorneys not supposed to defend? They're supposed to make public statements to exonerate and to make their client look innocent. And so, of course, they're going to come out and create these strong statements, right? So, of course, they're denying the allegations and saying my client is innocent. What? You don't pay an attorney to say my client is guilty. Hello? So people took that as bond and they said, not only do we have one statement from her, we've got two statements from her that she has recanted this. And we've got video footage from the Uber/taxi, whatever the car share thing was, right? That's also going to prove that he's innocent. And we've got witness testimony from the Uber or taxi driver that's proving that he's innocent. And so just to give you just a synopsis before we get into it, because I'm about to get straight into the text messages, because that's what we really here for, right? Okay. There was a 911 call. The police arrive and they say, okay, he did something to you, strangulation. We see, things around her neck. We see bruises, so much so that she needed to be transported to the hospital. Okay. So you know what? Let's get right into these text messages, and then we're going to take it back a little bit and get into the narrative, right? And look, thank y'all for being here. There's almost 300 of us here right now. We got 127 thumbs up. That's great. Don't make me call Jaguar right to visit y'all in y'all sleep. But nonetheless, let's get into these text messages. And to be completely honest with you, if you are looking for ways to support the show, consider hitting the like button, okay? Or you can send a Cash App, $THA, PLAINESTjane. Make sure you spell it right. Not required, but appreciated. It's just an option. You don't have to. For free, just hit the button or subscribe. Now, I want to get into these text messages before I really get into breaking down this narrative. That's what we're going to do. And I do see that there are people joining the membership and sending super chats. Thank you all so much. But I want to get into the nitty gritty of this so that people don't feel like I'm dragging things out, and I'll come back and I'll acknowledge you. Okay. Here are the text messages. So clearly someone was at their desktop. This isn't a screenshot that's formatted via phone. Okay. But these are the text messages that were released. And this is something that his attorney released because they felt like this was going to make him look a bit more innocent. Let's read, and I want to know what you think about it. Yes, I'm going to be asking y'all to vote in the chat. And yes, I'm going to open up the phone lines in a little bit. Okay, let's get into these text messages that were released today. Okay. So on the left-hand side, this is what's coming from the woman. And on the right-hand side, this is what's coming from Jonathan Majors. Now, we zoom in. The woman says, there's no note, just you knowing what happened. He says, did you leave the keys? Then he says, goodbye, blank, because her name hasn't been released yet, right? So here's what she ends up saying to him. Please let me know you're okay when you get this. They assured me that you won't be charged. They said they had to arrest you as protocol when they saw the injuries on me and they knew we had a fight. I'm so angry that they did, as in I'm so angry that they arrested you. And I'm sorry you're in this position. I'll make sure that nothing happens about this. I told them it was my fault for trying to grab your phone. I only just got out of the hospital. Just call me when you're out. I love you. I'm going to read the rest of the text messages in a second, but thus far, put Put a 1 in the chat if you think that this makes him look innocent. Or put a 2 in the chat if you feel like it makes him look not innocent. Put a 3 if you're indifferent. Put a 1 in the chat if you feel like, oh yeah, his attorneys, this was a good idea. They released these texts. They released these text messages, and this proves that he ain't at fault here. Put a 1 in the chat if you think these text messages make him look innocent. Put a 3 if you think they make him look guilty. Put a 2 if you think they make him look guilty. I'm sorry. And put a 3 if you're indifferent and you feel like it doesn't either way. Okay. Let's continue. So she continues and says, lots of votes coming in. Wow, 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 wow. She continues and says, they just called again to check on me, and I reiterated how this was not an attack, and they do not need my blessing, and they do not have my blessing. Excuse me. And they do not have my blessing on any charges being placed. I read the paper they gave me about strangulation, and I said point blank, this did not occur and should be removed immediately. The judge is definitely going to be told this. She ensured this to me. I know you have the best team and there's nothing to worry about. I just want you to know that I'm doing all I can on my end. I also said to tell the judge to know that the origin of the call was to do with me collapsing and passing out, and your worry as my partner due to our communication prior. Out of care. She promised me all will be relayed. Okay. Now, before I get into what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, okay? Shout out to everybody here. I saw Kiva said she's almost at her year anniversary of the membership. Shout out to you for being the sticky. Thank you so much. All right. Also, I rolled my eyes because my soundboard wasn't doing what I wanted it to do. Not at Kiva. Shout out to Piece of Soul for joining the membership. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Also, Astute Queen B rejoined the membership. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that as well. So let's go ahead and get into this. Thank you, Ahmad L, for the $9.99 super sticker or super chat. I do appreciate that. Okay. Now, I see lots of 2s in the chat. I don't see any 1s, which would say that he's innocent here. Okay. Now, I do see some 3s. Okay. But I don't see any 1s. I see someone that said 2 and 3. Okay. Right. But okay. I see 1. Let me acknowledge that. Right. I'm not going to lie about the facts or the data. So, Dreaming Ever said, okay, come through soundboard. Okay. Thank you. All right. All right. Now, before I get into what I'm going to say, right? 1 in the chat if you think he's innocent, if these text messages prove his innocence. 2 in the chat if you think that these text messages prove his guilt. 3 in the chat if you're indifferent to if these text messages prove one or the other. You're stuck in the middle. You don't feel like it really proves one or the other, right? What I'm going to ask for now is a 4 or a 5 from you. Put a 4 in the chat if you've ever been a victim of domestic violence or been in an abusive relationship. Put a 5 in the chat if you have not. This is going to create some texture and some nuance for the way that she's communicating and what she is saying in this text message. This series of text messages, should I say. Not much coming from his end. Not sure if he altered the text. Now, mind you, these are alleged text messages, right? These were given to TMZ. Okay. He could have possibly deleted his messages that he sent. We only see 2 blue bubbles here, right? Now, let's go ahead and start with his "Did you leave the keys?" and "Goodbye" blank. Okay. Please let me know you're okay when you get this. Now, mind you, she was bruised to the extent that she needed to be hospitalized. She had bruises in a few different places. Please let me know you're okay when you get this. They assured me that you won't be charged. She's concerned about the outcome of this situation. They said they had to arrest you as protocol when they saw the injuries on me, and they knew we had a fight. We had a fight. I'm so angry that they did this, that they arrested you. I'm sorry you're in this position. She's sorry. She's apologetic. She's concerned. She wants to make sure he is okay. I'll make sure nothing happens about this. I told him it was my fault for trying to grab your phone. I only just got out of the spittle. Listen, if you know, you know. Put a 9 in the chat if you know where spittle come from. I only just got out of the spittle. Just call me when you're out. Now, if you've ever been, and some of you who have won, some of y'all with the 9s in the chat, some of you all who watch almost all of my content, you know that I've been there, done that with an abusive relationship. Okay. And it is very common, okay, for victims of domestic violence to care about and try to protect their abusers. They want to know if their abuser is okay. They don't want their abuser to get in trouble or to deal with the accountability or the repercussions or the collateral damage that comes with what they've done. And that's what this sounds like here. So these text messages get released today, and I'm like, this is still very strange. Well, how did she get the bruises? See, because they're saying that she recanted her statement and we have a written statement. Do you know how difficult it is to get a white woman to recant her statement about abuse from anyone, let alone a black man? That was the first inkling for me. While I wasn't speaking out publicly about it, I'm like, how did they get a white woman to recant her statement? A lot of times when you hear about somebody recanting their statement, it implies that there's a payout. Because sometimes people recant their statements because there's a decent amount of money put on the table and or threats. And strong arming. So they released these text messages because they thought that it would make him look better, make him look more innocent. Where did she get the bruises at the police? She had so many bruises that she had to be hospitalized and treated at the hospital. And she's taking fault for reaching for his phone. It's my fault because I reached for your phone. She's trying to make sure he feels better because he has so much, quote unquote, to lose. This is the point in his life where he's popping. Like, this is his surge, his pop. There is nobody that scrolls social media, even if you scroll social media once every 2 days, right? I live on social media. I do, right? Even if you're on that every other day instead of every day, you've seen this man. This was his moment. He only just popped about 3 months ago, despite the fact that he's, been active for quite some time now. And I don't even have to get into the other people who have corroborated the claims of how allegedly aggressive he is and has been on sets at Yale when he studied art and theater, right? She now feels bad because he has to deal with the collateral damage of what has allegedly happened here, right? It's giving very much battered woman syndrome. That's what it's giving. I've been there before. I've been there. I've done that. It's giving abusers guilt. She feels bad that law enforcement found out about this dispute that they've had. And that's a typical thing when you're in a toxic and abusive relationship. You're like, oh, I don't want to see them get in trouble. And then if and when they get in trouble, they're like, look what you've done. You done got me in trouble because of this, because you started it. When I read this text message, I'm like, oh my God, I've been here before. I've been here before because I have. When my abuser, just real briefly, when my abuser was abusing me, I didn't want to press charges, but I had to call the police based on what he had did to me that day. I mean, like strangled me around my neck, got me up against the wall. My feet are dangling. Before he strangled me, he dragged me into my own apartment by one leg, right? All this, I mean, I don't even want to go into all that, but long story short, and then he ended up hawk spitting in my face 5 times. And then I had to call the police because I'm like, oh my God, he's going to come back. He's going to rob me. He's going to kill me. He's going to whatever. Call the police. And then I felt bad after the police got there. Do you want to press charges? No. Well, the state picked up the charges. My dumbass, I shows up to the damn court and I'm on his side, not the state side. So the state subpoenaed me. But I decided to say, Judge, just take it easy on him. It's all. And the judge, in so many words, gently, right? In so many words, and I'm just summarizing, she essentially called me a battered fool. She called me, he's like, she talking to him and it still gave him his light punishment. But had I not shown up, he would have got him. So so even me trying to protect him in that moment and having a protective order, right, out against him, it's very common for victims to try to not only protect their abusers, to care for their abusers, and then feel guilty for however their victims need to pay for their crimes. Because then they'll call you from jail and say, see, you got me locked up. I got you locked up? No, you got you locked up. You did that to me, right? And so these are the mind games and the gaslighting that happens when you're in an abusive relationship and when you're at a low point in life and you have no confidence and you have no self-esteem, and somehow that's where you are. And that's no shame to nobody, because again, I've been there, right? But the only thing that makes you deal with things like that, well, not the only thing, but you don't value yourself as much as you should. And so listening and reading these text messages and seeing this woman say, oh my goodness, I'm so, please let me know you're okay. I'm like begging your accuser, please talk to me. Please. There are times when your abuser will do things to you and then you'll reach out to them. Are you okay? My abuser didn't have a house outside of me. He was 10 years older than me. You making me homeless. I'm like, but you can't stay here. You put your hands on me. So you just going to make me home. You just going to make me sleep in my car, huh? You're a grown man. You're a decade older than me, right? But they'll play these reverse psychology games and you're stuck in this loop. And they'll put their hands on you or abuse you and then buy you something or do some sweet stuff, love bomb you. You're trauma bonding. That's what these text messages read like. Okay? That's what they read like. So when you read these texts, these don't make him look innocent. She's like, it's my fault that I reached for your phone. So it's reaching for somebody's phone doesn't excuse putting your hands on somebody and abusing them to the extent that paramedics got to show up and you have to be treated at the hospital. And there are visible bruises and injuries. And people who have been in abusive relationships before, if you know, you know. If you're a survivor of domestic violence, if you know, you know. You know? So I've been there, done that. So when I'm reading this, I'm like, oh, this was my mentality about 4.5, 5 years ago. 4.5-ish years ago. And my thing about it is this. Well, you know what? Let's continue reading the second half of this a text message again, just to show you the abuser aspect of this. Please let me know. And see, one thing they'll do is they'll abuse you and then they'll ignore you because they know that you're codependent. That's another aspect of being in an abusive relationship. You're codependent and you're like, who else do I have? I need to talk to him, even though he just abused me. My throat is sore. You might have a black eye. Your ankle might be sore. You might have carpet burn because they done dragged you across the spot. Please let me know you're okay. You're begging. They play these mind games and they're really good at it. Okay? I'm so angry that they're arresting you. It's your fault. It's your fault as a victim when they have to deal with the consequences of what they've done to you, right? I only just got out the spittle. Just call me when you're out. I love you. They just called again to check on me. And I reiterated how this was not an attack and they do not have my blessing on pressing charges. So it wasn't an attack. Okay. I read the paper they gave me about the strangulation and I said point blank, this didn't occur and I want it to be removed immediately. The judge is definitely going to be told about this. She assured me this. I know you have the best team and there is nothing to worry about. I just want you to know that I'm doing all I can on my end. She's trying her best to make sure he doesn't have to pay for his sins for doing what he did to her, allegedly. I also said to tell the judge to know that the origin of the call was to do with me collapsing and passing out. And your worry as my partner, due to our communication prior, out of care, she promised me it would be relayed. So his attorneys thought that this would be a good idea. Okay? She's more concerned about the collateral damage that her abuser has to endure than herself. And that's typical abuser's guilt. That's typical battered woman syndrome. It is. Yeah, it is. And here's what I say. Okay? Here's what I say about this. Because men only get angrier and angrier. And I'm going to give you a statistic in a second. She'd better leave his ass if she hasn't already. Because if he ever gets his hands on her again, his rage will intensify based on this backlash and impact on his career. It's going to be lethal. It is. It absolutely is. And here's one thing that any single person that has ever worked in the field of domestic violence will tell you. Look it up. When people are treating or talking to people who are dealing or trying to get away from an abuser, if that man has strangled you before, that's something that they want to know, because strangulation is very personal as one of the many forms of abuse. 9 times out of 10, if someone has strangled you, it's one of the key factors that lets them know that they are more than likely going to come back and try to kill you. And anybody who is a counselor, a DV counselor, a first responder, a law enforcement person can tell you, if they've tried to strangle you before, they're going to want to come back. That it's a very personal form of rage. Like whatever it is mentally, whatever it is, it's a personal form of rage. It's kind of like being, watching a show and seeing they stabbed this person 127 times. That's personal, right? Strangulation is a very personal form of abuse. So they're going to want to come back and finish that goddamn job. And I've been strangled before. And I know that man has a switch and a look in his eyes. Eyes get pupil, everything just gets black, a different look, looks like a demon. And I knew I had to get away, but it wasn't easy. Literally, he knew where I lived, he knew where I worked, he knew what I drove. He vandalized the front door to my apartment. Had I not drove away every night, he would have vandalized my car. Crazy, right? But this isn't about me, but this is me letting you know that I have personal experience, and I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of people in the chat, because when I asked y'all to put a 4 in the chat if you've ever been in an abusive relationship, and a 5 in the chat if you haven't been in an abusive relationship, for those people who put a 4 in the chat, they know that it's not easy, and that sometimes you coddle your abuser because they've broken you down. Either they broke you down or you were already at a low in life. And so sometimes you want to make sure your abuser is okay. You care for them. You don't want them to pay for their crimes or their actions, because they'll make it seem like it's your fault. They will literally call you collect from the jail and say, you got me put in jail. You got me locked up. Like, no, and you might be sitting on that phone. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You might not even call the police. The neighbors might have called the police. You got me put in jail. Like, you were the one hitting me, but it's a weird space to be, that I pray and I know I'll never go back to. But I'll never deny that I've been there before, because I feel like sharing your testimony is going to help somebody else. And when I look back, I'm like, did I miss some red flags? Maybe. And therefore, I'm not shy about sharing my experience, right? Right. So when I say all this, I'm saying she better leave his ass. Because if they were dealing with regular problems when his career was at a high and there was no price for him to pay based off of his abusive ways, and now he's got all this scrutiny, he's losing deals, he's losing sponsorships, right? He had a commercial with the U.S. Army and they pulled it based on this. He is suffering right now and he's hoping he can win. And they thought the district attorney or the state wasn't going to press those charges, but they did. He's not due back in court until May, but he's angry now. He just rose to the top 2 or so months ago. And here he is being faced with this. Oh, he's angry, baby. You go ahead and get along with him again if you want to. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. And you might not make it out alive. And I'm not saying that to fear monger or anything like that, but let's keep it a buck. You know, maybe typical abusive relationships, they don't involve people having millions, $250,000 contracts and their very publicized reputation taking a huge nosedive like that. But this fella right here, he clearly already has anger issues. Okay. 500 people here. Thank y'all for hitting the thumbs up button. It means a lot. Let's continue. Okay. Thank you for supporting the stream because it's free. Now, what I want to get into, so much that we need to get into, okay? Because it's not even making sense how his legal counsel is moving. It's not making sense, okay? Here's the rhetoric that's extremely harmful to our community, the Black community, is they make excuses sometimes, you know, I won't even just say men. Some people, they make excuses when you're trying to hold a Black man accountable, right? And they say, oh, you're trying to tear a Black man down. That's harmful, right? Especially if we're dealing with facts and what we're working with, and what we're working with. It's difficult enough to get some Black men to take accountability. It is. So whenever you're talking about the alleged grievances or allegations against a Black man, and again, they're allegations, but having discussions about the allegations, oh, you trying to tear a Black man down. And this is stuff I've seen, because again, I haven't spoke out on it. I have not spoke out on this until today. But you find plenty of people who say you're trying to tear them down. And it's just like, you know how difficult it is for us to get some Black men to be accountable because they have other Black men making excuses. And then you've got mammies making excuses for them as well, which means that behavior is going to continue. Some Black men, and I can't speak for the white community, and I'm not even about to try to summarize or verbalize whatever they got going on, because baby, this channel was about Black news and celebrity updates. Some of these Black men do have problematic behaviors that people will excuse and look over. They do. Okay. And here's my thought based on the alleged allegations, right? Or allegations, should I say? Someone said it kills me when people defend abusive. Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Let's take a step back. Let's take a step back for a second, right? I want to get into the attorney's statement and what they had to say and what they got going on. Okay. So we're gonna get into that. And I'm hoping I ain't got to bust Tyra Banks out for y'all to hit the thumbs up, but make sure y'all hit the button. Okay. Okay.
Hey, thanks for letting me keep you connected and in the know with what's happening in the Black world. Don't forget to smash on that like button for support and for more Black news.
So, all right, let me get into this statement. Switch this screen right here and show you this head. Because here's what didn't set. Here's what made me feel like, is he guilty? They're not really like. They're not releasing and pleading with the court of public opinion. And I get it. Some people feel like the court of public opinion doesn't matter. All that matters is the court of law. When they get into the court of law, that's all that matters. And that's not necessarily true. And I know that's not what people want to hear. That's not what people want to hear, right? But it is true, all right? So let's get into a portion of what his spokesperson said and what his attorney said. And I'm going to share with you the points within this that kind of let me know that he's not as innocent as his attorneys are making it seem as though he is. Okay. So Jonathan Majors is completely innocent. His attorney says, we are quickly gathering and presenting evidence to the district attorney with the expectation that all charges will be dropped imminently. This was Sunday they released this statement. They said the evidence includes video footage from the vehicle where the alleged assault occurred, witness testimony from the driver and others who both saw and heard the alleged incident, and most importantly, 2 written statements from the woman recanting these allegations. The New York Police Department is required to make an arrest in these situations, and this is the only reason that Mr. Majors was arrested. We expect these charges to be dropped soon. Now, I felt like it was kind of like red flaggy-ish, because it's like, if you had this footage, why not release it? Your reputation. This is a very poignant, pivotal, and important part, right? An explosive moment within your career. You're just now getting that mainstream push. I couldn't avoid this man on social media if I wanted to. Okay? For numerous different reasons. The magazines and people talking about, are you gender fluid? Are you hetero? Are you, the lips, the roles, Creed 3. It's unavoidable. It's unavoidable. And when it comes to the court of public opinion and you're already losing endorsements or contracts or sponsorships, deals, whatever you want to call it, the court of public opinion does matter. You might not think it does, and you might say it's silly to plead with the public, but baby, the public got power. If enough people start tweeting at ABC, at Marvel, at whatever studios, and that outcry is enough, that is at Marvel. Oh, you side with abusers, huh? Right? Imagine 8,000 people a day tweeting that. Marvel is going to feel the pressure, and they're going to feel like their core base is going to lose support. And therefore, they're going to part ways with you. That's the power. And it's a good and bad thing, right? It's a double-edged sword for sure. Catch-22 indeed. But the court of public opinion does have power. And then we're talking about your reputation at the very least. Even if you are found innocent in the court of law, by the time it goes all the way through, which may take years, key and point, Meg Thee Stallion or whatever. How long has it been? A decade since he allegedly shot her child. And once that stain as a Black man, once that stigma is on you, it's very difficult to remove it, even if the court of law exonerates you. The feds were investigating Michael Jackson for 10 years. They found nothing. They found him innocent. But that stigma and people want to say about what he did to children, it's still there. And so the need to clear your name is very important. So I say all that to say this. Why not release the footages? Why not release the statements? You're saying you have 2 written statements from the woman. Well, where are the statements? Why won't she? At what point does a white woman get abused and battered by a black man and she's ducking and dodging cameras and won't do an interview, crying to make a victim out of herself? In what world does that happen? Don't worry, I'll wait. In what world does a white woman come forward and say, he put his hands on me, look at these bruises, this is what happens, and she recants her story? In what world does that happen? Don't worry, I'll wait. Like I said before, I feel like you got to look at everybody with a grain of salt right here, because nobody's telling the truth. And for anybody to take his attorney's statements at face value, I want you to take a step back and have a come to Jesus moment. If you don't believe in Jesus, take a come to the universe moment, baby. Because their job is to create and publicize these very strong opinions, right? And pieces that are going to make their client look innocent. That's their job. So when people took the attorney's statement and said, "Oh, well, he's innocent," because the attorney said that the woman recounted and they ain't published the statements. They claim they got footages. Baby, where's the footages? Who was that man that recently at the hotel? I think he was a sports anchor, and a hotel employee said that he did something inappropriate. Michael Irvin said he did something inappropriate. His reputation was on the line, and he started getting a little bit of penalization from this alleged encounter because this woman spoke up and said that he did something. Baby, do you know his team went and pulled that hotel footage so fast and released it to the public, and we saw that he ain't do nothing. He was just a little tipsy because you saw he was wobbling, but he didn't touch that woman inappropriately or anything. Because that, as a black man, the duty to make sure your reputation stays clean and that stigma of somebody accusing you of some bogusness when you know you ain't done nothing wrong, you don't have to wait till you get to the court of law, which could take months, which could take years to clear and deal with all the collateral damage in the interim. You don't wait for all that to happen. You're going to put it out as a slam, like, boom, you were lying. Here's the footage. Let's go. Not like, oh, I'm going to keep all the evidence to myself and just wait till we get to court and let everybody think that I'm an abusive. Black men can't take that risk. Hello? I made this comment somewhere on somebody's community tab, and someone's like, do you not understand how the court of law works? They're not pulling these things out until they get to court. You clearly ain't black, okay? As a black man, when somebody accuses you of physical abuse, strangulation, rape, whatever the case is, you're going to deal with the court of public opinion as you deal with the court of law. And there is nothing wrong with publishing evidence that is going to prove you to be innocent so that the court of public opinion ain't ruining your name, your reputation, your sponsorships, your money, your trustworthiness as you continue to go and get other jobs and things. Let's keep it a buck. Why are we playing dumb? So if you really, according to his attorneys, had this footage, had these statements from the Uber, the taxi driver, had this statement of the woman recanting her story, 2 statements of her recant. We ain't seen the statements. The woman is in hiding. At the very least, Why hasn't the woman come out and said, you know what? I lied. I was wrong. Maybe it's because we'll read her body language. At the very least, why haven't we even seen her written statements? But at the end of the day, I totally understand what you're doing as attorneys. You're making your clients seem innocent, right? Right. Okay. Let's move on to the next point that I'm going to make. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to drop the link for anybody who wants to call in as I get into this last slide, because I really want to know what you think. And like I said, even if you don't agree, that's perfectly fine. Okay. But I do want to have a dialogue, and I want to see how other people feel about this situation, because it, like I said, I mean, it's been so polarizing. It's not even funny. Like, these conversations are happened a little out of control, to be completely honest. But today was the day. Today was the day when I said, you know what? As far as what I'm willing to say publicly, I won't say I'm straddling the fence, but I don't have enough evidence here or there. I don't. So I'm gonna just stay quiet until I have more. But these text messages, they not helping. It's not the flex that they thought it was at all. Okay? At all. And that's why I said, this is how I'm looking at all three sides. Hers, right? Jonathan Majors, as well as the attorney. All of y'all, everybody's story just seem a little, okay? Everybody's story seems a little bit like that to me, right? And that's my opinion, right? And I'm curious to know what you think. Be sure you comment down below on the video, whether you're right here live on the bus or if you're chasing the bus, which means you're catching the replay. Comment down below in the comments. Okay, so I have one more slide that I'm going to get into. Not much on this slide at all, to be completely honest with you. But let's go ahead and read it, because it does add some texture and some nuance to this conversation, or some context, should I say. Okay. In a statement to ABC News, a spokesperson for Majors denied any wrongdoing by the actor. They say, quote, "He's done nothing wrong. We look forward to clearing his name and clearing this up," end quote. He was charged with 2 misdemeanor counts of third-degree assault, second-degree aggravated harassment, and second-degrry harassment, and third-degree attempted assault. So he appeared briefly in court where a judge released him on his own recognizance. So his next court date is May 8th. And we know, as Black people, you can't be waiting months in order to get, if you have something to shove in the court of public opinion's face to get people to rally for you and to keep your contracts and your job and your livelihood and your reputation, that's what you're going to do. Shout out to Jasmine Smith for joining the membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Okay. So we do have a couple of callers backstage. I've pretty much shared the majority of what I think. Now it's time that we open the floor and I share my platform with you all. This isn't just my platform. It's y'all's platform to sound off. So we've got a couple of callers lined up. Okay. So we're going to let them up, drop some pancakes down below in the chat. If you're a channel member, drop your special emojis, and let's get into our callers right after this.
Get into this Black-owned business, Stickies. It's got things for inside your home, outside your home, and even on the go. JasmineMadeIt.com is your new destination for Black Girl Magic mugs, tumblers, and even wine glasses. You can even customize the tumblers and wine glasses. There's a lot going on for a low price over at JasmineMadeIt.com. And if you've been serious about wanting to support more Black-owned businesses, here's your chance. Let JasmineMadeIt.com handle all your problems for family and friends. You ever had a friend over and they just wasn't catching the hint or paying the rent?
Our asses all get to stepping.
Yeah, tell them to get to stepping with this nostalgic Martin-themed doormat, and shop over a dozen different doormat designs over on JasmineMadeIt.com. All right, Stickies, you know what time it is. It's time to put your money where your mouth is and shop Black today. Make life easier for you and your household by taking your family's hot or cold beverages on the go with one of these unique tumblers. It's insulated to keep your beverage at temperature, and it comes with a few different reusable straws and even the specific brush that you need to wash it so you can keep it sanitized and germ-free. They've got all kinds of designs to match your mood or style. So grab something for your wife, the hubby, or even the kids over on JasmineMadeIt.com. That's JasmineMadeIt.com, and I'll see you over there.
All right, and so this is my cup. Don't forget to use code Jane for 10% off of JasmineMadeIt.com. I love this cup for both hot and cold beverages. Now we need to get into our callers who are backstage. First of all, shout out to Annie Clark, RN. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, I love your commentary. Great job. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that, and I appreciate your viewership and support. So let's get into E. Okay, E is our first caller. Dreamin' Edmond is our second caller, and we're just gonna we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get into it. Hello, E. Thank you for calling in. You're live on the air. What are your thoughts?
Hi, PLAINESTjane. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. What do you think about Jonathan Majors in this entire sticky situation?
Oh, he needs to be under the jail. And before I get into my opinion, I want to tell you about an experience I just had in this chat, because when you said something, because a lot of the commentary is very, it can be triggering. I know it's a sensitive topic, but when you said how hard we have to fight to get just a few Black men to take accountability, and how they accuse women who come forward and share their experience and try to hold these people accountable with the law, how they say, oh, you're tearing down a Black man. Let me tell you, Jane, and I've been subscribed to you for a while. I love your commentary. I think you're very articulate, and I love your commentary on R. Kelly. That's what you keep me up at night, and I love it. But I hashtag in the chat, lock up the Black Kings, hashtag tear them down. And the moderators, it's two in particular, I won't say their name here, I'll send you the information backstage. They removed my comment. They put me in timeout, and they told me I was promoting violence. And they said that I was tearing down Black men. And when we're talking about a topic regarding violence against women, and I can't say that the men need to be locked up, and I can't say that the men need to be torn down, those two minds are doing exactly what the media is doing to that woman. Because I was on the Shade Room when that woman came out, and they had all of those stories about how she was so nasty to other people. They villainized this woman, just like they did to Megan Thee Stallion when that whole thing with not Lorenz Tate. What is this man's name? The little one.
Tory.
Who's in jail right now for what he did to Megan. Tory, yes. When women come forward and we speak up, they villainize us. They bring up our past. We get on trial. And the most important thing is that our rights were taken away. I believe this person has been arrogant and abusive. And I'm talking about Majors. I believe he's been this way for a long time. And I feel like he just got caught. And everything that happens in the dark comes to the light. And I want all women, because I've been in an abusive relationship as well. So a man has threatened to take my life. And I've been in an abusive relationship. And so I know how hard it is to try to get your strength back. And I know what it's like to have, his whole family and his friends all intimidating you to try to warp your sense of reality and make it your fault. I know what that's like, but that's why I'm so tough on it, because we need to normalize getting out of these situations and getting help. And if we can't get help from our community, then that's what the criminal justice system is for. It's not ideal that we have to travel outside of the Black community in order to seek refuge, but this is the culture. We coddle these men, we forgive them easily, then we forgive women, and we're quick to say, well, what did you say to him? And, men have triggers too. Like, we're so quick to do that. And no, sometimes when men have done something wrong, they shouldn't be allowed to forget, because when they forget, they have the propensity to do it again.
Got you. That makes sense. When they forget, or
we forgive too quickly.
don't remind them, you don't hold them accountable, they do become repeat offenders, because they fall into a pattern and they think it's okay to badger you in any way, whether it be physical, emotional, psychological, whatever the case is. So, accountability is key. And I say this all the time on my channel. Accountability is not an attack. Accountability, you know what I mean? So whether accountability is me pulling you up and telling you about yourself, maybe if it's not physical, if accountability is you going to jail, that's not me attacking you. But a lot of times they take it that way because it's that childish, immature, let me put off responsibility. I'm in jail because I put my hands on her. But let me tell her that she got me put in jail, right? And that it's her fault that I'm dealing with these consequences. In my case, he lived with me and he didn't have shit else. And I'm 10 years younger than him. Oh, it's your fault I'm homeless. It's your fault I'm sleeping in the car. It's like, no, it's not my fault. But like, you gotta go. Like, I can't do this anymore. You're driving me nuts. So that's a good point.
And before you drop me, one last thing. I feel like, because I see some women in the chat and I saw one person say women need to stick together, and that is so true. That is so true. And when we're having these discussions, I don't want it to boomerang and hit all men, because I saw some men say, well, that's not all men. I'm not talking about all men. I'm talking about the men who have done this. And the truth for me is that if the good men in this world who don't do that, if they really stood up and held those bad apples accountable, then women wouldn't have to go so hard. It wouldn't seem like we're talking about all bad men. If men came to the forefront, took their place in society and said, you know what, we got this, ladies. We'll take care of this. Because if men police men the same way they police women, we wouldn't have these problems.
Oh, good point. You know what, ma'am. If men policed men the way they police women, we would be in a different place. That's a really good point. And ma'am, I'm going to steal that point. I'm going to steal that talking point, and I'm letting you know right now. It's a really good point, because coming from us, it's they nagging, they bitching, they this, they that, and the third. But it's true. I think that it is important when we have these conversations to say some, not all. Because if they don't hear the some, and you got to report the some and not all. Some men, not all men. So on is, you have to, I feel like for me, when I have a conversation, I say it several times, because if you just say it once, they might miss it. Oh, you saying all men. I never said all men. I said some. I said not all, because there are some upstanding men in a great amount of upstanding men actually in our community. The difference is they're very vocal about picking women apart.
Yes.
They're silent about holding their brethren accountable. Yes, they are. That's a really good point.
Thank you for having me, Jane. I appreciate you letting me speak my point, and I love your channel. And I'll go back to the chat. Thank you so much for having me up.
No problem. Thank you for calling in.
Bye.
All right, let's get to our next caller. Dreaming Edmund, what is going on? Thank you for calling in. You're live on the air. Shout out to you, because I know you be in the Discord and everything like that.
Yeah. Hello. Good evening, everyone. Miss Jane, you look absolutely immaculate. Ethereal, if I'm being honest.
Thanks.
Okay.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about this whole? This is a whole sticky, nasty, messy debacle, and I feel like we weren't fed the truth and all of the facts. It definitely seemed like there was a lot being hidden from us in the beginning. The more like we got a different breadcrumb of information of okay, this happened. He's been released. She's recanted.
Right.
We got footage. We got statements from it just seemed weird. What are your thoughts about it?
A lot of social media gymnastics, what I call it. I think when I first heard the story, obviously I try not to be I as a domestic violence survivor myself, I'm one of those people, I believe the victim first, because I know exactly what it feels like to be the victim, and no one believes you, no one stands up for you. People, don't want to believe it. So I totally get that. So I don't count that little person out immediately. It has nothing to do with his size. I mean, granted, I don't know what a woman looks like, so I don't want to say that, oh, he's just so big, because she can be big too. We don't know that. She could be working out, one of those workout women too as well. So I don't know. However, I noticed immediately, and somebody pointed this out on Twitter for a while too, when y'all were talking, not y'all, when I say y'all, I mean other people, obviously, but all types of slurs, all types of, what kind of man is this, right? And everybody tried to defend him. If you try to defend him, oh, you like feminine men. It was crazy, right?
Yeah.
So a story comes out about him possibly doing something that statistically is most reported, at least, men do in situation of domestic violence, which is be the aggressor, allegedly. And this is just based off of statistics. Everybody's like, oh, the black man. Oh my God. Oh, everybody, let's get our capes, please. Let's get our capes. Let's go save this man. But y'all, that just tripped me out immediately. But what made me initially believe what was going on and look at it sideways was the fact of the conflicting reports. I didn't just look at TMZ. There's a problem with people. Everybody looked at one source and was like, oh, that's it. Like you said, that's it. That's that source. The source said this. TMZ knows everything. And I get that TMZ sometimes, most times, is known to be credible about getting it right before everybody else knows. But they're also known for jumping the gun sometimes too. Just like any other media outlet. So I looked at other places. I looked at Media Takeout. I looked at so many other places that were talking about this situation. And some of them were calling her the girlfriend. Some of them were calling her the woman he doesn't know. Someone was calling her some woman he know of, And allegedly, this guy, I have it pulled up right here, actually, because I came with some receipts. Tim Nicolai. I don't know if that's his name. I think he's a producer of some sort, or he worked with Majors, or he went to school with him. One of those scenarios. He called him out in a tweet.
Yes.
Prior to
a couple months ago, but without a name, right?
Exactly. And we didn't know who he was talking about, and then boom, this happens. And everybody don't want to acknowledge that happened. And classmates even said the same thing about him. So I know how stories spin. I know, especially after we watched Megan Thee Stallion situation, everybody likes to reference that, but it's true. Like, we saw what happened. She said, y'all say, put a name to a story, then y'all get mad. Y'all did the same thing with Miss Cheryl. What's her last name? I can't remember her last name right now. Cheryl something. Just won a Grammy for the first time, or an Oscar, I think it was.
Oh, the stepmom from Oisha. Yeah.
They did the same thing to her. She didn't even put a name to it. And everybody's blaming her for trying to bring down another black man.
Yep.
And she didn't even tell you who it was.
Right. And he talking about suing. I'm like,
come on now. And they telling themselves, and it's not, and again, we shouldn't have to say this because it should be given. It should be literally implied that it's not all of it. And we know, we get it. Women do it too. I promise y'all, we know. Like, I'm an advocate for all victims. But I think it's so sick how this is happening. And then reading that text message, when I first read it this morning, it made me freaking cry because when I tell you I've verbatim done that before.
Yep.
Textbook. Got it. I knew exactly where she was going with that. And people were like, it's not enough. It's not enough. To me, that tells me a lot about the relationship automatically. Because, I mean, like, I get that he can totally erase stuff and whatever. But that told me a lot about him and a lot about her. And especially about him because of how the media is trying to spin it on her only. First, she was a psycho patient he didn't know. Then she only went to the hospital for mental health stuff. But evidently she didn't. So there's so many lies, right? Y'all want to hold Megan Thee Stallion accountable for all her lies she told initially, right? So why can't we do the same thing with him and his team? Like, let's be for real. And I saw men online saying, oh, well, y'all want us to hold other men accountable, but what another man does has nothing to do with me. Yes, it does. Because y'all tell us the same thing. Oh, birds who flock together are the same type of people, right? But if you're not abusing your brother, your friend, your homeboy is abusing, you need to call him out on his crap. Just like I tell us to.
And I think it would mean more. I feel like when guys talk to guys, it holds more weight than
because they listen
than what we and it could possibly be the same for homegirls too. And I mean, and that's whether you're in a relationship or not, whether it be a marriage, boyfriend, girlfriend, situationship, whatever. If you got somebody that's living your experience, woman to woman, man to man, who is holding you accountable, like that it's a different type of problem, as opposed to you blaming it on, man, they just nagging. If my guy comes to me and says something, I'm just like, he nagging because that's what men do or what. But if it's another woman that comes to me and tells me, hey Jane, this, you might need to don't do that. And I've had I have a really good friend who I vent about my relationship, and she's like, Jane, that's not cool. Like, you know, and we'll do it because we just be talking, and you know, and that's what friendships and relationships are about. You gotta have more than the person you're in a relationship holding you accountable, because if not, you'll just chalk it up to y'all differences and they just want to have things their way, and that's not how I see it. So it is important to have other people in your friend circle holding you to that standard. But one thing about some, not all of these men, but a pattern that we see is men do not be holding each other accountable, but they quick to get online and pick women apart. They're quick to
absolutely
do that.
that's the playing field. And I think also the whole conversation about race, I don't ever like, I understand the stigma that, oh, black man snow bunny, that's a bad category. I want to move. I don't want the situation. I don't think this situation should be about that. Like, oh, it's another black man with a snow bunny, what he gets. Because it shouldn't be a gotcha moment about that either. It shouldn't be. We know that happens. I totally understand that. But at the end of the day, now you dehumanize her. Like, and I try to stay out of white people business. I promise, because I'm a black person, live my black life. That's all I do. But at the same time, she's still a human being who didn't ask for that. I don't know. We don't know what the situation was, obviously. But in my eyes, victim to victim, she didn't ask. I'm pretty sure she didn't ask for that. And she clearly trying to fix it. And that shows me so much, a little bit about her character, a little bit, that she probably needs more help than to sit there and be called a snow bunny and just be dumbed down to just that. She's a human being going through something.
I agree. The difference in nuance here, because not to say it's a case by case basis. The difference in when sometimes black women take the stance of, understandably, take the stance of, black women, it's not our fight, right?
Right, absolutely.
Case in point, and I'm not saying that that's the case here necessarily. Case in point, Christian Toby Obum Sully. You remember him? Does that name ring a bell?
Yes, kind of, sort of.
Okay, so this was the guy who talked, black guy, right? Talked shit about black women, all they ghetto, their hair, you know, black. I mean, it's just all types of insults up and down his social media. He hated black women and only dated whites. Well, guess who killed him?
Oh, yes, I remember that. Yep, it's not in Florida. I think
in that case, you've explicitly expressed your hatred towards and about us. Why should we get in the middle of the street to march for you, waste our time creating videos advocating for you and creating awareness about how wrong this is and how this white girl might get off for this because she's utilizing the Baker Act to play crazy or plead insanity or whatever the case is? Oh, no. That is not our fight, because you absolutely know that you hate us. Not even just two comments where, does he like us? Does he being critical of black women? Like, no, his tweets were out of this world, the hatred that he exuded for and about us. Oh, no. That's not our fight. And sometimes we are expected to fight and advocate for any and everybody because we're so powerful, because you know, we talk about like activists and things of that nature. A lot of times the people making the progress, the people who are resilient enough to get up every day and keep a name alive or keep or whatever, it's black women, and we're expected to do it for any and everybody despite how much they spite us. Oh, no, not our fight, right? So, you know, it's a case by case basis. Now, he dates white woman. He, you know, some people call them swirlers, right? You swirl chocolate and vanilla, swirl. That's a quote from Orange is the New Black from a while ago.
Yeah.
You know, if you're a swirler, you're a swirler. Now, if you've expressed hate towards and about black women and you prefer whites over us, and you let us know that we are not, qualified to deal with you, and you have an unfortunate situation at the hands of or whatever dealing with a woman of no color, oh baby, that's not our fight, right? Yeah. So to my knowledge, nothing has been brought up about him hating black women. And if it is, somebody let me know, but I haven't seen anything like that. I just know that he's dating a white woman now. So I'm not bringing color into it in that aspect. The only aspect that I'm bringing color into is, how do you get a white woman to recant her statement?
That is true.
How do you get a white woman to be the victim of violence at the hands of a black man, and she's hiding and she won't come out and say he did this to me or he didn't do this to me? There is something strange about that, considering the privilege that she was born with. It's weird. It's eerie. And that's why, like I said, Spider-Man meme all day. I don't believe any of you fully, completely, but these text messages, they speak volumes, in my opinion.
Okay. Okay. Period. I personally think that it's like, because I mean, me going to where I felt like when in those positions I was in, it like, even though technically in my situation we both kind of equal amount of power, but because he had basically more like seniority over me, that's where the power play came into part. But at the same time, it was really interesting, rank situation with our military. I know for sure that because they were trying to do new programs to report stuff like this, that we should be able to come forward and talk about the stuff. And there's so many places, there's so many steps to get to that point. They're supposed to support you. But because I knew that he had such a great rapport with the rank within the ranks, I knew that nobody was going to believe me. They didn't believe me when I did tell them. So I think with this situation with him is different from Chris Brown, because Chris Brown, he kind of gave us, it's like if he did something crazy now, we know we kind of expect that from him, and that it's part of his MO, right? But with Jonathan Major, beside these reports that's been coming forward, we don't know much about this man. We don't know a good report about him. We don't know his MO at all. We just kind of reintroducing ourselves to him, mainstream at least.
Right.
So it could be very much one of those situations where she's like, I'm not going to win this battle if I try to go through with it. I'm going to lose him. The abuser, the codependency kicks in, and I'm going to lose this battle, and I want to make him angry, and I don't want to make him angry. Yeah. Because like you said, he's going to come after her. And I think that with Marvel being so Marvel and all these other little shows being invested in him, they're not going to just go like fly like that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think they're going to just do that.
Yeah, absolutely right. Some people
and that's what scares me.
Some people saying Marvel equals money in the chat, and of course it does. And some people mean it in the sense that got that Marvel money, they're going to make you shut up. And some people mean it in the sense of they got that Marvel money, they trying to tear him down, right? Or I saw somebody in the chat earlier saying he was making too much money at Marvel, so they pinned this on him so that they don't have to pay him. And
y'all Negroes are ignorant, man.
I'm like, okay.
I don't know about that one. I don't think this is like, a lot of people keep using that conspiracy theory that, it's one of those situations where it's like he went too high too fast, and now they got to take him down. The humiliation kink. I don't think it's that. I think we got to stop using conspiracy theories to answer every single thing. People are just bad people,
Right. Some people feel like they're invincible. Either they won't learn, or they haven't learned yet, or they feel like, I've been doing this for a certain amount of years and I have the money and the team to cover it up. But I'm like, your counsel clearly hates you, because why would your attorneys release these text messages thinking that this would prove your innocence? If anything, this was the straw that made me lean towards, okay, nigga, you did it. I had a feeling, and I'm not going to go live about a feeling.
Right.
So, you know what? I think he did this, right? Because that could be harmful, because we don't have all the facts, because they're not giving us the facts. They're giving us contrived statements. But your attorneys clearly hate you, or they're graduating from middle school this year.
Okay. Like, I was like, they thought they ate with this one?
Nah, right. It's not the flex you thought it was at all.
Not.
At all. I'm shocked. I'm appalled. I don't know if they working with somebody here. Leo, you want to have a treat?
And two last things. Number one, I I think we have to look at all those crime shows we watch, and even still, like you can go back to Power, you can go back to How to Get Away with Murder, how the behind the scenes they work when it comes to changing and spinning these stories to make the person look crazy, paying people off, telling people to shut up. Like there's so much that we watch these shows, and we as characters, obviously there's fictional characters, but we see what happens behind the scenes. That stuff, it didn't just come out of nowhere. It came from somewhere. It's inspired by something, right? This stuff happens in real life. I would not be surprised if she gets paid off. I wouldn't be surprised they make her disappear. I wouldn't be surprised that if she comes for him, like he never did anything. They try to do the power couple move and try, taking pictures together. I would not be surprised because they at this point they're trying to save his career that just kind of kicked off. Number one. Number two, he's being invested into right now. A big investment at that.
Yep.
And number three, he not trying to stop his bag. Point blank, period. So if that means getting rid of her, shutting her up, doing whatever to make her be okay, be quiet, if that means medicating her, pulling a blue face, he will. And if it comes out that he's innocent, which I really kind of doubt, and my gut don't tell me that, then okay, he's innocent, and then we just got to do the damage control after that. But clearly, he needs to hire another team for that one. And the last thing is, abusers don't have a face. They don't have a walk. They don't have a talk. They don't have a personality. There is no way to prevent abuse. There's no way to point out an abuser in a room full of crowded people. We don't know. So stop saying that, oh, he looks horrible. He seems horrible. He seems charming. Serial killers. Ted Bundy. If you don't remember no other serial killer that was supposed to be so-called charming, Ted Bundy was charming, apparently, and was still killing people and everything.
Yeah, a lot of times that's what allows them to do it so often.
Exactly.
They find a way to be charming, whether it be their looks, the way they woo you, the way they talk to you, and engage with you, love bombing, trauma bonding. They utilize those tactics that come off as not dangerous at all. Like, you can trust me. I've been through stuff. Oh, you've been through stuff? Me too. And
right.
So yeah, absolutely. It doesn't have a look. It doesn't have a look.
It doesn't.
When you go back and look at your red flags, though, sometimes like we've been there before. Have you ever? I go back sometimes and I reimagine, and I just imagine his face, and I'm like, yeah, he looked like he would have. But I'm biased because he didn't already done it, right?
Yeah,
he looked like he would have done that to me. But there were a couple times where he lost his cool about other things, and I feel like that was a red flag that I missed. But it wasn't necessarily the look of him. It was the look of rage when certain things would click in his mind.
There it is.
It was that look, and his eyes would be different when he was in that mode. That's the look, not necessarily his aesthetic, his nose, his body, or his build. No, the look in his eye. You can, when people are happy or regular, they're whatever. But when they're no different than Jaguar Wright. Jaguar Wright has beautiful skin. Right? She has the capability of being beautiful, but when she's going through them different personalities that she has, you can see she's got this different look to her when she's in this different narcissistic, abusive mode. And it might not be physically abusive, but it's definitely psychological and manipulative and emotional and all that other stuff. So the look is not so much physical. It's more about really seeing and reading people's spirits and body languages.
Exactly. Really what should they say? What should they joke about? Because honestly, my abuser, he was quiet type, but he was I call him the quiet storm because he's quiet and then he'll just snap. And then he knows how to play his role in front of people, make me look crazy. And then, so I just, I was telling people, people were saying that, oh, he don't look, y'all don't know. Just like a woman, y'all think that because women can't beat a man because she's small. Okay. And that's all I have to say. But to all the domestic violence survivors and heroes and warriors, whatever you want to call, you don't have to be strong. You're still healing. Take your time. To people who don't think that this stuff exists, it exists. Man, woman, child. It does not matter. And you aren't alone. And use your resources. And if you feel like you can't leave, you have to develop a plan, number one. And number two, find somebody you trust. And number three, if you're going to do it, you got to do it right the first time. You can't half step it. If you're going to leave, you got to leave.
Yep.
Or you'll never get out of it.
Yeah.
And thank you.
It is true. No problem. Thank you for coming up. I know you've called in before, and I really do enjoy talking to you. We'll chat it up in the Discord, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Y'all, hey, y'all become a member now. Come on now and pay that fare. Stop playing with her. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Yes, the membership is lit. Thank you for calling in. I will talk to you soon. Listen, do I have any moderators? I got another caller back here that I'm about to bring up. Misha, we're about to bring her up. If I have any moderators who can find any resources to domestic violence resources, hotlines, phone numbers, websites, can anybody just check on that really quick for me and maybe place it in the chat a couple times? I realize this can be a triggering conversations. I've been triggered a couple times. We've been on here for an hour and 25 minutes. I've been triggered a couple times, held back tears twice. So if there's anybody that's listening that resonates with this, if you're in a situation that you feel like you're trapped, because sometimes getting out of an abusive relationship, it's not easy, and it's not just a decision or a move or a play you can make in one day. Just like the last caller just said, you have to plan it. You know, it can be hard. It's so hard, and I know firsthand it's hard. You have to make a plan. If I have any moderators who can find some resources to domestic violence survivors or people who are going through it right now, if you could find a hotline or a crisis number, if you would please put it in the chat. And I would really appreciate that if any of my moderators could do so. Okay. We're going to get into our next caller. Make sure y'all hit thumbs up. Did you hit thumbs up yet? I had to get Leo in here to try to, balance the mood a little bit. I know y'all love my boy. So I brought him in here to kind of lighten things up. There's not a lot of room for me to tell a whole bunch of jokes, but I still need y'all to hit thumbs up. Okay? I need y'all to hit thumbs up. Leo, get down. Get down. It's not a thank you, because it's not a question. Because why do he be cussing at me like that? Why do he be cussing at me like that? Someone said, make a plan, just leave. Do you think it's that simple for people? No, like, honest question. Do you think it's that simple for people who have lives and they live with their abusers to just get up and leave their credit on the line and leave their home? You need to make a plan. And clearly, Jihad Bell, clearly you've never been through what the hell we're discussing. It's not as simple as just leave, let alone if you've got kids or somewhere you live and they know where you work. See, because you can leave where you live. But when they know where you work and they show up at your job or flatten your tires every day because they knew, so you've got to leave that day and then find another job and go live with somebody else and do whatever other kids. It's not that simple. Please save your ignorance for somebody else, because baby, we don't got the fucking time. It's a lot of people here who have been through shit that you're ignorantly and haphazardly just placing shit in the chat. Connect your brain with your mouth before you come over here and speak about some dumb shit, because it's never that simple. Plug it up. Something came unplugged in you. And get it right or get the fuck out my chat. This is a safe haven. There are people here who have been through shit. And you think it's as simple as coming up and walking up to people who have experienced shit that you don't know about. And you're like, 1 + 1 = 2. Do it, bitch. It's not that simple. Say one more thing off code and moderators block their ass, because I don't have time for this shit. Because you can do it haphazardly if you like. But if and when they find you at your job while you're still collecting that last check and working your job, it can cost you your life. It can cost you your kid's life. Have you seen how many people recently who have been killing their own kids because they're trying to get back at their baby mama? Yeah. They mad because the baby mama broke up with them. And when it's their turn for custody, the parents turns around on Facebook Live and kills the kids to make the mama upset. It's not that simple. Somebody that live in their mama basement over here talking about just leave. How about you leave your mama's basement? How about that? It should be that simple, right? Because you sound extremely inexperienced, naive, and ignorant as hell. Just leave. How about you make a plan and you just fucking leave my chat? How about that? How about you just leave this chat since you don't understand what this sisterhood is about and the things that we're discussing here? Now, I'm going to bring it down. You can bring it down. We've got another caller that's going to call into the show. I'm going to give myself 120 seconds to bring it back down. See, I ain't went off on a caller, and I haven't went off on a commenter in a very long time because I've been working on myself. Okay. So I'm going to bring it down, and we're going to get into our last caller for the evening. Okay. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the support. I apologize for going off. Sometimes ignorance, nice words and explanations, they don't work. So hit thumbs up, drop some pancakes in the chat. We'll be right back. We're going to get into our last caller this evening. All right. Channel members, put your special emojis in the chat, and thank you so much.
So let's see if you're really proud about it. If you've been serious about what you've been saying about wanting to support more Black-owned businesses, here's your chance. I found a spot for us to grab our hats, hoodies, affordable electronics, phone accessories, and gadgets from. It's over on edwersow.com. That's EDWERSOW.com. Grab something for your hubby, your wife. Hey, I ain't encouraging that side chick behavior, but it's just in time for the holidays. So head on over there and grab your AirPod cases, hoodies, and affordable electronics. That's edwersow.com, EDWERSOW.com. And I'll see you over there. It's time to face it, boo. Your product needs more exposure. If you want to see your ad here on my channel, be sure to shoot an email over to yt.theplainestjane@gmail.com and let's chat. But if you're new in my neighborhood here on YouTube, hey, I'm The Plainest Jane, and I provide coverage and commentary on trending stories, viral events, and Black culture. I definitely appreciate you stopping through and hitting that subscribe button if you like more of my particular brand of syrup.
All right, so we are back. Thank you all so much for being here. I see the supportive comments. Thank you so much. Thank you. I had a little moment, but it might have been a necessary moment. You know what I mean? Who knows? Welcome our next guest, our next potentially last caller. I'm not sure. I don't think there's anybody else that needs or wants to call in. But we did have some really good callers. So drop some more pancakes in the chat and welcome our potentially last caller of the evening. Okay.
The following video is broadcasting live, and thank you for being my studio audience. Thank you for hitting thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more Black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy.
All right. Mesha, what is going on? You're live on the air. What are your thoughts about this situation in general and Jonathan Majors?
Hey Jane, how you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
So I just want to start off by saying that I adore your content. I'm a fellow Aquarian sister, so I'll be with the facts like you be with the facts.
Okay.
Secondly, that dude you just went off, he been saying dumb stuff in the comments for a minute now, so it was well deserved and it was well needed.
Okay.
Don't feel bad.
You know what? I feel
Don't
better.
feel bad.
Thank you.
Okay, so regarding the situation, I believed her from jump. I believe victims. I always believe victims until proven otherwise. And I've always found it quite odd, to be honest with you, that when somebody comes out and says somebody did something very heinous to them, that people jump to the side of the abuser, right? The alleged abuser versus the side of the alleged victim. I always find it weird, like, to identify with the perpetrator of a crime versus somebody who has experienced the fallout, of the crime. One of the things that I have been seeing, a couple people have touched on it, but it's a big topic regarding this situation, is the fact that his, girlfriend is white, and he seems to surround himself with white women. His child's mother, I don't know if you know, but he has a daughter who's like 9 or 10, I think. She's biracial. His Yale community people, there was a lot of discourse about whether to believe the people who came out about him on Twitter because they're white, and I'm like, but he surrounds himself with white people. So if that's who he hangs with, that's who's going to experience his behavior. And so we're not supposed to believe it or listen to it because they're white. The whole racial aspect is, it's so funny to me when it comes down. Like I be in these streets and I be with the pop culture stuff, and it's crazy to me how whenever it comes to a black man, being accused of something, people want to wait. Black people want to wait for the facts. We don't know everything, but I didn't see nobody waiting for no facts when it came down to Jeffrey Epstein and Harvey Weinstein. It was they nasty, they white, they need to go to jail, lock them under the jail, they guilty. We don't need no more facts. The white women said they did it, so they did it. And I think that although there is historical context and we all know it to be true that back in the day, and probably still a little bit today, that there are white women who lie on black men, the same could also be said that there are absolutely black men who abuse white women. We just seen that one NFL player throw his baby mama into a TV. Into a TV right there in front of, right there in front of the baby. Ray Rice was accused of, knocking out his wife and dragging her through that elevator. It's all kinds of girl, like two things can be true at once. There can be historical context for white women lying on black men, and there's also a lot of black men that are in relationships with these white women and they're beating the dog crap out of them. And honestly, if you ask me, I think that black men who, first of all, abusers are cunning people. They're smart, they're manipulative. And I honestly think that a lot of black men who are in relationships with these white women and they're beating on him, they are counting on having that benefit of the doubt because she's white. They know that people are going to jump to their defense and say, she white. Y'all know the whites be lying. Y'all know the white girls be lying, y'all. Let's not listen. They know that. And they know that more than anything, the mammies is going to come out and cake for them just because she's a white woman. I think that there was this whole thing about, he called the police first. He called the police first. He did, but he also ended up getting arrested. Like how you call the police first to report something and then you end up getting locked up. I think that maybe he did call the police first. That is yet to be proven. I haven't heard a 911, call released yet in regards to the incident. But let's say he did call. At the end of the day, the police showed up, saw the bruises and whatever was going on with her, and decided to arrest him. With her taking back not officially recanting the story, but obviously those text messages are that of an abused woman. I come from an abusive relationship. I was with an abuser for like 8 years. One of the last things he did was strangle me. And that is when I made the decision to leave. And I left like shortly thereafter, because that's a different kind of rage to experience somebody doing something like that to you. But what was I going? Oh God, where was I at? The police came. So like with that whole thing being said, it's just, I feel like maybe he called the police to try to get ahead of the situation, and maybe it just didn't, work out in the best way for him. I see a couple people down in the comments or, you know, and on Twitter saying humiliation ritual. And it just seems to me that like Black people will do and say anything to keep Black men from taking accountability for their actions. It's always, you know, they don't want him to go too high and he went too fast, too far, and all this other stuff. But I don't recall any of this coming about with Denzel Washington. I don't recall any of this coming about with Lawrence Fishburne, Samuel L. Jackson, Blair Underwood, Morgan Freeman.
I could see if we had like publicized information that really made him look innocent. Like if we had video footage and and these text messages may be read differently. I can't believe I lied to the police about this. Or like if the text messages read like that, or if we have footage and statements from bystanders, I could totally see that. But without anything at all, people were defending him. And on the other side of that coin, I'm like, you know, without anything at all, we don't really have the facts. We have what they're cherry picking to give to the media. You know, people are defending him with no evidence. I'm like, I can't publicly condemn him with nothing. I can say that some of the way that these details are coming out every other day is a little sus. I think it's very difficult to silence a white woman who's been abused by a Black man and to get her to hear her story. But I can't come out and condemn him. So for people to take it to the Hollywood, they just don't want to see him. I'm just like, you know what? Delusions of grandeur. You know?
Exactly. There's a lot of Black men who have been allowed to flourish. And quite honestly, it's because they're not beating on their wives or their girlfriends. That's why, you know what I'm saying? Like, how about that? Like, how about sometimes people are terrible people? Like sometimes, you know, these men are like reprobate. Like a lot of these men are abusive. We just seen it with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. You know, we just keep seeing it. Or I think somebody in the comment was saying that like his role in Ant-Man didn't do too well. So maybe this is their way of trying to get him out of the role. And I was like, they don't have to coordinate all of this. They could just drop him from the role and just not bring him back. They literally just dropped Henry Cavill from being Superman. Like they thought they wanted him. And then they was like, nah, we're going in another direction. And they dropped him. I don't see no abuse stories coming out about Henry Cavill just because they don't want the man to be Superman no more. So, you know, I just think that it just doesn't make any sense to come up with all these conspiracy theories. And, you know, even though like at first the information was piecemeal to us, one of the very, very early facts was that she was in a hospital with bruises on her. How'd she get them? How'd she get them? Hello? Did she do them to herself? Did the cab driver do it? You know what I'm saying? Like, how did she get them? So something clearly happened to the woman. I think Jonathan Majors, any man really, but I think Jonathan Majors is too damn big to be put. I've seen that white woman that he is allegedly dating. She's very waifish and very small, and he is too big to be putting his hands on any woman. The last thing I kind of want to get into, and I'm gonna try not to make it too long, but for those of you that follow like spirituality and possibly even astrology, I just kind of looked into this from an astrological level. So Chiron right now is in Cancer, right? And Cancer went into Mars. It actually went into Mars on the date of the incident. Mars is basically responsible for your aggression, your anger, triggers, things that will make you fight, violence. And Chiron is like those areas in your life where you will learn painful lessons or experience pain, right? And then so we know that Cancer deals with like feminine energy and like divine feminine. So seeing as how like Cancer deals with all of that stuff, and then his Mars, you know, Cancer going into Mars and his Chiron, like it all kind of falls and points to like the private life like being made public. And interesting enough, do you know who else has their Chiron and their Mars both in Cancer?
Oh,
Chris Brown.
Ooh.
Another person whose public domestic abuse, you know, incident went public, right? So like there's listen, I think that he did it. I think that she is absolutely trying to cover up for him. Listen, I was an abuser for 8 years and I never even called the police. I never even called the police, and I should have, and I didn't, because a lot of people don't understand when you're in those situations, you're in these relationships with these abused men and you are not quite ready to leave the relationship yet. So you don't want to call the police because you know if they do come and arrest him, when he comes back into the home, it's going to be a whole lot of bullshit going on when he gets back into the house. You got to deal with his anger from being arrested. You got to, you know what I'm saying? And so a lot of women would rather just not deal with it. So they either don't call the police, or if they do call the police, they instantly regret it because they know it's going to be worse for him when he comes back. And so they end up dropping the charges. So those are just kind of my thoughts on it. I do think that he did it. I don't think that the text messages exonerate him. If anything, they just kind of solidify why they got into the fight, right? The reason for the fight, not really that he didn't do it. You know, her saying, oh, it's my fault because I tried to reach for his phone, instead of saying, well, he never hit me. That's not true.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Instead of saying, like, I flat out lied, I'm sorry I fabricated this story. There's nothing that even resembles her recanting the story.
Right.
And it's really giving, like I said,
I think his lawyer was lying.
Abuser's guilt. It's giving very much battered woman syndrome. You know, these text messages, that doesn't prove him innocent. Like, what were his attorneys thinking? Like, do they hate
I think
him?
his lawyer was lying. I think she, you know what this reminds me of? It's a little early to tell, but it just reminds me of like Tory Lanez and his attorneys and how they were lying to the blogs and putting out like, you remember every other month it was, oh, Tory Lanez has new information submitted to the court, and Tory Lanez, wait till I drop this new information on y'all. Like all of these lies that they were dropping to blogs and to media sources to try to take the heat off of him, to kind of, you know, confuse the public. I feel like that's what Jonathan, I think she did what she was supposed to do initially, which is what she's paid to do, right? Which is lie for her client. Say that he's innocent, say that we have proof that's going to exonerate him. But where she messed up was there was actually no proof that was going to exonerate him. Like, she should have just said no comment. Or my client, you know, wholeheartedly denies these allegations, but telling us that there's a video, you ain't dropped not nary a video, baby. I already know that if there was a video, it would have been in TMZ hands the minute she got a hold of it.
Hello?
It would have been in TMZ hands the moment she got a hold of it.
Why
you
would
know,
you?
or exactly.
Why would you
so
not
I don't think that there is a video. I don't think there is
one. The court of
one.
public opinion is something that you still. The court of public opinion, honestly, let's keep it a buck. The court of public opinion does affect the court of law. Okay, it does. The court of public opinion affects the court of law.
It does.
If the court of public opinion overwhelmingly makes you out to be this monster and there's all this stuff put out against you and you say nothing about it, by the time it goes to the court of law, don't think that these people don't know that you are against. R. Kelly, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody for years they've been whispering about these allegations. You're not going to find any set of jurors that don't have the slightest inkling that he's a pedophile. Right. And let's say he wasn't, right? But that's been the talk of the town for 30 years. You think you're going to find a set of jurors that isn't going to be like, well, you know, he a nasty nigga. Like, and not to mention and when you're talking about Hollywood, like real life people like you and me in different tax brackets, okay, you might be able to go get a job across town in a different state. But when we're talking about Hollywood, we're talking about Hollywood and social media and the court of public opinion has this thought process and this stigma that they have placed on you and this stamp of abuser on you as a black man. And then it's a little worse because it's a white woman, right? Like, let's keep it a buck with people's biases, right? It's quote unquote worse when you abuse a white, and that's when a lot of people found out. They said, he out here, Ike Turner and white women's. Oh, this brother cooked. Because what were you thinking even doing that to a white woman, right? Like, this is social media's initial reaction to this. You out here putting your hands on white women and you think you're going to survive in Hollywood? It sucks to say that if it was a black woman, it might have been less scrutiny. Right.
You know what? It's funny you should say that because I'm going to bring up somebody else. Do y'all remember Jason Mitchell, the guy from The Chi and the guy who played Eazy-E in the NWA movie? So this is what happened to him.
Because
he got fired from The Chi because he was sexually harassing his co-star. And it got so bad to the point where she had to bring her boyfriend to set to keep him from harassing her. And then he started harassing one of the creative writers. They went to the producers of Showtime or whatever network it is that airs that show, and I don't think much was done. And Lena Waithe got a little backlash on that because, you know, they were saying that she was made aware, but she also didn't fire him, anything like that. So anyway, I think her name was Tiffany. I can't think of her first name because I didn't really watch the show like that. But she quit the show because of that. And then ultimately they fired him right from The Chi. He went on and he was actually casted in this Netflix movie. Do you know that that man was sexually harassing the actresses on that set, who I believe were white women, and they booted him up out of that? And next thing you know, he lost all his endorsement deals. He was not being booked for anything. And the last time I looked up Jason Mitchell, he had actually gotten arrested with a large amount of drugs in his car and guns in his car. And then he had gotten into some kind of bar fight, girl, and like he popped, whoever hit him popped like a blood vessel in his eye, and they chipped his tooth. So he doing real bad. He doing real bad.
My God.
He's doing real bad. But I feel like this is what's happening with Jonathan Majors. It's not that anybody is targeting these men. They're getting themselves the fuck up out of here. Excuse my language. But like, it don't know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that he probably had the same mentality that Jason Mitchell had, which is that, because everybody was praising Jason Mitchell for his performances. He's this, he's that, he's next up, he got this, he got that. And I think that Jonathan Majors got ahead of himself. And he thought because maybe he was next up in Hollywood and he's ace booms with, Michael B. Jordan, and all the hot talk is about him, and they're about to censor a whole Marvel character around him. Like, he got this. Like, he thought that he could do whatever he wanted, and whatever machine is behind him was just going to be able to cover up his tracks. And I just think he got, ahead of himself in the game. And that's just that. Yeah, that's just it. I particularly just didn't like all the commentary about him. Had he been with a black woman, this never would have happened, because number one, like, first of all, so would y'all prefer him to be beating on black women? That's first and foremost. But number two, I understand that the real reason people are saying that is because we know that black women are actually experiencing domestic violence at higher rates than any other demographic of women. And also, we are less likely to call the police. So I feel like when they say that, they're saying that, well, brother, you could have beat on a sister in P. She's not going to call the police because she's already linked to the protection of black men. And so I don't like those comments. They were flaming Claudia Jordan for saying that on her show. But I saw a lot of people on Twitter being like, oh, should have stayed with the black girls. Why? So he could beat on us? We already don't have anybody to advocate for us. At least she got somebody to advocate for her.
I think
nobody advocates for us when we're in abusive positions. Why would you say something like that?
Did you see that episode where Claudia Jordan said that?
I did not. I saw like the clips of it, but I didn't watch the whole thing.
Okay, well, what I'll say is this. Claudia Jordan hosts that show, and she does, compared to Al Reynolds and Funky Dineva, she does a good job. So for some reason, that was a show that Al Reynolds hosted. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure why. I think it's because she was already tipsy. She was already like a little drunk. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure if that was just her drunk. And I'm not making excuses for her. I'm just saying what I see. So when I watch that show every week, but when I heard her say it, I'm like, oh, was it because she was drunk? Al was hosting the show. A lot of people don't like Al hosting the show. They feel like he's stiff. I'll be in the comments. But I do watch TGIF every single Wednesday and Friday. And if I don't catch it that day, I catch it the next day, whatever the case is. But, Claudia, she does have some arguably problematic opinions sometimes. And she's biracial, right? So she says that she identifies more with her black side than her white, or I think her mom is Italian side. Mm-hmm. So,
she looks more black. I mean, she didn't get, she didn't win the European, genetic lottery. She looks more like a sister. She didn't get the fair skin and the blue eyes and the light blonde hair that they all like to have. They have these mixed children. So, I mean, I wouldn't have known Claudia Jordan was, biracial had it not been for her saying so. She looked like a sister to me. And I feel like maybe she could have just said that like as on some jokey jokes, because that's the whole thing. Whenever brothers get in trouble with a white woman, the thing is, should have been with a sister. That's why you need to stick with the sisters. But really, when it comes to these kinds of situations, we need to examine like what it is that we're really saying. And if you're saying that he should have been with a sister because he would be allowed to beat on her and she would be less likely to call the police, we're not having that. We're not having that. Like, we already got it bad enough. Like, let Jonathan, let him go over there, and do what he's gonna do. But yeah, Jane, that's just, that's it.
I won't say that's what you get for swirling, right? Because there's one person in the Discord. I won't call them out, even though they don't mind being called out. But they'll be like, "That's what you get for swirling," and I'm just like, "You a mess."
They beating the mess out of us too. They saying that the rate now is that black women are being murdered at like 1 every 4 hours. So it's not just limited to white women. They're beating the shit out of us. They beating us and they're murdering us, like you said, killing the kids on Facebook Live to get back at the mamas and stuff. So it's And honestly, if we're going to be 100% truthful about it, if she had been black, nobody would have believed her. Look at what they did with Keke Palmer about Trey Songz and all these other black women. Who's that girl that just recently, she was on that one reality show and she used to beef with the chicken noodle soup girl, Brittany something. You know that story that just came out about her being arrested for violence towards her baby daddy, and she just went live saying that man has been beating on her for years.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And she hasn't been saying anything. And then when she finally strikes back, the media's like the violent black woman. But all this time, she been getting beat on by that man and hasn't been saying anything. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of black women suffer in silence. So
you know
they don't believe us when we come out either. They don't believe us when we come out either. So it really don't matter what race that woman was.
It's true. And what I want to speak on, I want to hear what you think about this is, and it just crossed my mind. I wish it would have came up when the other callers were on here too. There is a certain level of shame that's associated with speaking up when you are a victim of domestic violence. It feels so embarrassing. It feels so embarrassing. And that's the reason why, you know, we stay quiet about it. White women may feel more comfortable speaking up about it because they have a certain level of privilege and they're always going to be seen as the ultimate victim because they just want to be oppressed. I mean, for whatever reason, right? But when it comes to black people, for example, my abusive relationship was beginning to affect my job. And I didn't want to tell my workplace this, but it came to a point where I had to. And I was so embarrassed. It took so long. I should have told them 2-3 months prior, but I just felt like they were going to look at me as some sort of burden or a liability. But there is a certain amount of shame. What do you think as a society we can do to alleviate the shame? Am I posing this question correctly? To help us not feel, I guess, to alleviate the shame so that we don't feel as embarrassed as current or former victims, especially a current victim, because that's when you really going through it. Because I don't feel shame speaking about it now, but I felt so much shame at that time. Like, what is it that as a society we can do to be more understanding and empathetic towards victims of domestic violence?
You know what? That's a really tough question. And I don't know that I have like the answer for it, but you know what I do understand, what I feel like where it starts at is the socialization that we have in this country. Like how you said, we are a victim blaming society. We live in a patriarchy where men are to believe and women are to be questioned at every turn. You know what I'm saying? Like it's ingrained in people to whenever a woman says something, it's to question her, just like with rape victims. That's why a lot of sexual assault victims never see justice in court because, you know, instead of like a lot of times they feel like like you're putting the woman on trial instead of her actual accuser. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like really it starts with like how we socialize little boys and little girls, right? And instead of, I don't know, like the slut shaming that they do for women, or maybe more education. Honestly, with this kind of situation, I think that more education around the mindset, right? The psychology of what happens in the minds of people who are domestic abuse victims. Because like that guy put on the screen, right? Why don't you just leave? It is not that easy. And you have people who have never been in these situations who don't understand what it's like to be abused and basically Stockholm syndrome, right? That's really what it is when you're in relationships with these men. So I think maybe some more like heavy education surrounding like psychology, because what I realize is a lot of people are just uneducated on why women stay with abusers, how they could stay there that long with abusers, how long it is, you know, how long it takes for them to leave. I think they said the national stat is like it takes women on average like 7 times to try to leave a relationship before she finally leaves. And it's a lot that's wrapped into it. I have a friend right now who is married to an abusive man. And it's funny you should mention your job because she used to work at a well-known waste management company, like one of the biggest ones here down in the Dallas-Fort Worth area where we're from. And she met this guy guy. She had been at that job for years. That job was like her pride and joy, like next to her son. Like she put so much into that job, her upward mobility, and she ended up marrying this loser that everybody knew was a loser. Everybody tried to tell her not to do it. I'm grown, I'm gonna do what I want. I love him. So, she barreled forward with this relationship. And not that long into the relationship, he made her quit her job when he found out that men were at the job, because where she worked at was the hub. So at the end of the day, the garbage truck drivers got to drive the trucks back to the hub and park them. He got upset because he realized that those men were on camp. I was gonna say on set, girl, on campus there with her, and he didn't like that, and he made her quit her job on the spot. It wasn't no 1 week or 2 week notice, and she just quit, and she has been unhappy career-wise ever since. She bounces from job to job. She can't seem to be happy with any job. And I told her, I said, why don't you go back and tell them that you were in an abusive situation and that you were being what I'm saying? And she was too embarrassed to say it at the time. She's too embarrassed to say it now. And that's probably because she's still with him. You know what I mean? But he did that to her. And I just, it's a lot of shame. It's a shame about not being believed. And I think that society that we live in is set up to automatically default to give men the benefit of the doubt. Even with little girls, like grown men, the R. Kelly thing, people trying to, adulterize young girls, 14, 15, 13-year-old girls. She knew what she was doing. Excuse me, that is a child. People don't even understand that, your frontal lobe doesn't even fully develop, where you're able to so at 15, right, I knew that I shouldn't steal, right? I knew that. But maybe at 15, I didn't realize that stealing could lead to a felony that would, by the time I'm 23 or 25, I can't get an apartment now because, I have a felony. You know what I'm saying? They don't think that far in advance. So to say that those young women knew better, or they knew what they were doing at 13 and 14, that's not, how stupid kids are. Kids do stupid stuff every day. I work at a school. I look at the dumb things that they do every day because they're not thinking ahead. They don't lack the ability to think ahead. So I think that, undoing the patriarchy will always be, that's going to always be my thing. Because I think all of this falls under just patriarchal and the way that this country is set up and the way that we socialize, boys to believe that girls are skanks and, I think, again, maybe reiterating that not all abusers abuse everybody they come into contact with. You know what I'm saying? I have a friend who was in an abusive relationship, and the girlfriend after him, he didn't abuse her. And she found herself having a sort of battle online with this girl because this girl was coming into her comments you always lying on him. And, and it's girl, just because he ain't got around to going upside your head yet. You know what I'm saying? That whole thing. Understanding that not all abusers abuse everybody that they come into contact with, because they got to create a good image for themselves. They have to be able to have some people to come to bat for them when an abuser does come forward.
That's something painful to endure.
Mm-hmm.
It's painful to think that, damn, you hit me and you don't hit her.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's I'm not even trying to think of it that way. What I'm thinking is, you hit me, you hurt me in more ways than one, outside of this physical stuff. Because I'm going to work, I'm not my best. I'm not showing up. All I need to remember is that you're an abusive nigga, period. Whether it be to me, whoever, you're an abusive nigga. Yeah. Whether you pick and choose who you abuse, you're an abusive nigga. So when I thought about the next woman that he was with, that he potentially didn't put his hands on, and when I fixated on he might not be hitting her, that shit had me trying to compare myself, and fuck all that.
It's a mind fuck. It's because then you get wrapped up in, well, what's different about me, and did I do something to make him act that way? Because why me and not her? You know what I'm saying? But again, with Jonathan Majors, those people coming forward, that guy from Yale and that guy who made that tweet back in February but didn't name drop. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And that guy that said, the one who made the tweet back in February, he was responding to some tweets back and forth because people were like, well, why don't you, say who it is? And he was like, listen, these people are victims and I'm not going to put their business out here. They didn't, they're not ready to come forward yet. So just to prove to y'all that, you know, he is what I said. Like, I can't put them on Front Street when they're not ready to yet. But he said these victims of his are texting me right now that this story with this new girlfriend is broke. So where there's smoke, there's fire. I would love to see if some other victims will come out and maybe help corroborate this current victim story, because I realize that sometimes, you know, with these victims of these men, all it takes is one woman to come forward, right? And then when she begins to falter, like, oh, shoot, maybe I didn't do the right thing. If other victims come out and be like, nah, sis, like, he did it to me too. You know, there's some camaraderie there. And then, you know, you have the strength to kind of stand on your own 2 feet and like stand in your conviction about, you know, what you went through. So maybe some other victims that he had prior to will come out. Maybe they won't. But I think we really, really have to get out of this mindset that anytime a woman says something against a man, especially if he's got money, that it's a lie and she's trying to bring him down. Like what studies show that like men, listen, I'm just gonna make a brash statement here, because lately psychologists and all these studies have pretty much been proving it, is that, you know, men are horrible people. A lot of them, they're not good people. You know, they're abusive, you know, and it's just, you know what I'm saying? This study that just came out about men dating, and all those men was attacking that psychologist who wrote that article, you know, that said that like something like 65 to 70% of the people on dating sites are men. And the reason why they're lonely is because they refuse to get help. They refuse to heal themselves and be better people. Don't nobody want to be bothered with that. You know what I'm saying? So I think that this thing that we do where we just automatically give benefit of the doubt to the man instead of some woman who the hospital has already said she had bruises, you know, that was enough for me. You know, it was, oh, so there's injuries. Well, something clearly happened. You know, she didn't do it to herself. So, you know,
If she
so
did
those
do
are my
it to
thoughts on it.
herself,
Yeah.
I feel like if she did do it to herself, she would have confessed in the text messages. And that's what really solidified it for me, because there was a story not too long ago of a woman who took a hammer to her eye, her body, all this to lie and make it seem like she was in an abusive relationship. I wish I could find it. They got Donkey of the Day sometime last week, and the police found out that she took a hammer to herself and beat herself up, black eye and all this other stuff. And by the time they took her mugshot, she still had the black eye and everything, because she battered herself in order to make it seem like she was in an abusive situation. And that's why.
But you know what? A lot of times when those kind of situations happen, those things are easily provable, because that's what forensic scientists are for. Like, so when someone gets shot, like if you say, oh, he was coming for my throat, and so I shot him, but really the angle that he was shot at versus how you say it happened doesn't add up. I think that's how they're probably able to prove that she was lying about that.
That takes a lot of time, right? And by the time the man is arrested, and it depends on what state, what county, what city you in. Are they underfunded? Do they have enough money to really? Some of them, they're not sending shit away from prison. They just coming up and they seeing what's in black and white. Oh shit, this one. And I'm talking about a white woman too. Like, oh shit, she got all these bruises. Y'all got into a fight, whatever the case is. And they're not always sending away for that, and especially not for a live person. They might do it for a dead person, because it's just cool. This is a corpse. Let's you can get a lot more from a corpse than you can get from a live person, to be honest, because you ain't got to battle with what's true and what's not. You're dealing with only the facts, and you're not even combating what they're saying. So the fact that this text message wasn't, I choked myself, I put them bruises on myself, I'm so sorry, I lied and I said that you did this to me, I just got out the hospital, I hope you're okay, I love you, or whatever. It read just, I'm like, oh my God, this is a mentality that I've been here before. This man, she said, it's my fault because I reached for your phone and I should have never reached for your phone, and therefore I have these bruises from you. Like, a mess. But nonetheless, thank you so much for calling in. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good night, girl.
You too. All right. So we have another caller that we're going to bring up. Shout out to Crystal Rawls for joining the membership. Appreciate you for being a sticky member and joining the backstage stickies. Okay. There was another person that joined. Hopefully I can find them. Okay. Yes. Constance Stills Brown, thank you so much for joining the membership. That means a lot as well. Thank you all so much. Look, if you ain't took a moment to hit the thumbs up button, baby, what is you waiting for? Don't make me don't make me reach for Tyra and get you cussed out. Okay?
Stop it! I have never in my life yelled at a girl like this. When my mother yells at this, it's because she loves me. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this. You go to bed at night, you lay there, and you take responsibility for yourself.
Because I don't know what y'all waiting for to hit the thumbs up button. Because, baby, I can kick you off the bus real quick. Don't make me do it. Don't make me kick you off the bus, baby. Because, baby, when did we get rolling? We got rolling around like 7:45-ish, 7:50-ish p.m. I will kick you off the bus. Hit the damn thumbs up button before Jaguar Wright come and visit you in your sleep. And I know you don't want that. Somebody has sent a $4.99 Cash App. And have I lost it? I wanted to say thank. Oh, here we go. Miss Lisa WMS 55 sent a $4.99 super sticker or super chat. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. It means a lot. All right. I do appreciate y'all's constant support of the channel. It is definitely appreciated. Like I said, if you're looking for a way to support the show, be sure to hit the thumbs up button because it's free. You can also hit the subscribe button, or you could send a Cash App, $THA, PLAINESTjane. Make sure you spell it right. Appreciate it, but not required at all. You know, you can send 1, 5, 10, 20, whatever. I had one person send me $599 one night, right? They sent me $599. And it was like, Jane, that was a mistake. I was trying to say $599. Please send me my $600 back. I sent it back. And you know, when I sent it back, they sent me that $5.99 again. I did the right thing, okay? I have a conscience. I have a conscience. I'm like, I can't take this person $600. I know this was a mistake, okay? And they've actually Cash Apped me 2 or 3 times since then. So, look, even if it's $1, somebody sent me $1 Cash App yesterday. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, no amount is too little, right? I'm grateful, but the Cash Apps are not appreciated, right? You'll catch some content creators, they'll be like, send some Cash Apps so I'm gonna end this live. Like, no. Support for free, okay? You can easily hit the thumbs up button or subscribe, and I do appreciate that. Now, we do have another caller here, okay? That is good. Someone said, bless your heart, because I just my conscience was going to eat me up. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I could not. I couldn't do it. Okay. I had to sit it back because my conscience wasn't going to let me live because I knew it was a mistake. They were saying something in the chat while I was live. And I just couldn't do it. So let's get into our y'all taking me back because it was interesting. Boyfriend woke me up like, Jane, did you send that lady money back yet? Because I did go to sleep that night. I ain't sent it back right away. I was like, this lady accidentally, because I was a little tipsy. Like, this lady accidentally sent me da-da-da. And I went to sleep. Next morning, he was like, did you send that lady money back? Because I talked to him about everything. Leo father. And I was like, shit. I went ahead and I hit the refund button. She sent back the $4.99. So it's, you know, karma works for you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time for karma hitting me like that. All right. But I had to tell that story because it's a lighthearted story. Okay. And, you know, a lot of this video has been stuff that's been triggering to women who have been victims or survivors of domestic violence. So I ain't got a problem with making y'all laugh and cracking a little jokey joke, right? And sharing something that might make you LOL, right? So, I had to share that story and create that balance. Okay. Now we do have another caller back here. what I'm going to do is, let me just read the words of this article and then I'm going to bring the color up. Okay. So here's where his attorney was coming from on behalf of releasing these text messages. Jonathan Major's lawyer shows text from alleged victim, says the woman admitted fault. So they thought that the woman admitting fault, even though it was abuser's guilt, it was battered woman syndrome, in my opinion, right? They thought that this was going to help the case, and it absolutely did not. It did not. His attorney says he has receipts regarding the assault and claims, okay? Regarding the assault claims against their client, text in which the alleged victim admits that she's to blame and says she doesn't want him prosecuted. And so the woman in question sent a few texts to Jonathan hours after the arrest, admitting that she was the one who used physical force. Now, I don't see that. Listen, this is where the lie comes in. Because hold up. Admitting that she was the one who used physical force, she didn't say that. What she said was, it's my fault because I tried to take your phone. But physical force is not anything that was mentioned in these here text messages. Now, in the texts, she says how angry she was that he had been handcuffed, and adds that she'll make sure that nothing happens about this. And I told him that it's my fault for trying to grab your phone, end quote. The text exchange continued a few hours later with the woman reiterating that she's pushing to make sure that the DA doesn't charge him for the incident. She's turned the text, according to his attorney, she's turned the text over to law enforcement. And so that's what's going on. And listen, y'all, what are y'all thoughts about this? We have another caller we need to get into. You all get ready. Okay, drop some pancakes down below and welcome our next caller on the air.
The following video is broadcasting live, and thank you for being my studio audience. Thank you for hitting thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more Black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy.
All right, Crystal, you're live on the air. What are your thoughts about this? Crystal, are you here? Crystal, are you okay? Crystal, are you okay? Are you okay, Crystal? Crystal, are you okay? Crystal, baby, is you here? Ciao, Crystal, you ain't here, girl. Crystal ain't here, baby. Let me drop the link again for anybody else that wants to call in. You know who really need to call in? Let me drop for anybody else that wants to call in. You know who really need to call in? Let me drop. Hold up. All right, let me mute you real quick because you got me. You got to turn me off in the background, Crystal. Okay. Are we good now, Crystal? Are you there? Who really needs to call in? And I see that they in the chat. Koya need to call in. That's what really needs to happen. Koya need to call in. Koya, I'm calling you out. Koya, I'm calling you out. We are having a really good discussion, and I got to see what Koya thinks. Crystal, are you here? I don't want to have to drop you, babes, but I heard that you became alert because you were muted at first, and then you unmuted it, but I heard myself in the background, and we can't have the echo going on. So, Crystal, are you okay? Are you okay, Chrissy? Chrissy, are you okay? Hey, are you okay? Hey, Chrissy, are you? Hey. Chrissy, are you okay? Crystal, you got me up here being Michael Jackson and whatnot. Like, what's going on, Crystal? Crystal, girl, what's going on, girl? Girl!
Hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you now. What's going on, Chrissy?
Okay, everybody. I'm sorry. My signal has just been jumping all over the place. I was on my iPad. I was like, oh my goodness. I cannot miss my opportunity.
It's okay. You are live on the air. What are your thoughts about Jonathan Majors, the text messages shutting down all doubt, and his attorneys potentially hating him. What just what are your thoughts about this situation?
My thoughts are that his attorneys want justice. And even though you can bring on a client or someone to represent, it's almost like, how did he miss it? How does he not see what the plot is? And as big as his name and brand is, as many people are watching, this is not a local court case, or this is a celebrity. So even there, the lawyer's name matters, how they represent him. And it's almost kind of like a note under the door. You know what I'm saying? So I really just feel like for the woman, that she could have been afraid, but she did step one, and she made her case known. So what will happen is it will affect his job, right? So she also had to have some type of proof. So if you're making a case, just like any other case, you have to prove your side. And you say, as someone says, it's already been proven. So even if she says, I don't want to go forward, it's on record. So if this happens again, let's say if this happens again, you know, there's going to be dire consequences. So that's really all I wanted to say, is sometimes if women want to come forward, but they're afraid of the consequences, you need to say something. And you need to say something to someone who can help you. This is not the time to be silent. It's now or never. And also I wanted to talk about, you don't want to try to, because a lot of times you could be in position to get revenge. But I remember even in a situation I was in, I had it all planned out. And then I would say the Lord showed me what it would look like if I did it my way. And he says, no, let me take care of it. And so he said, I'll take care of it. Vengeance is mine. So I did. And the way it wound up taking care of itself. So yes, I called the police at some point. Yes, they took it on record. Yes, I had evidence, but I didn't want to take it any further. I saw him again in public. He was where I was. I had a whole blow up. It was in a church setting. He was there. I'd never seen him. He showed up twice. And people had to kind of sit me down. And so he had to come to me and apologize in front of everybody. I said, I thought I'd forgiven him, but apparently I haven't. And he came and they said he wanted to sincerely apologize to you. So after he came to me with men around him and women around me, after he apologized, he moved on out of state because now everybody knew his secret. So these things will work out, but it depends on the nature of how violent you want to get away from people like this that put their hands on you. If they're making threats, go on and get some distance between. But yeah, I can't tell her how far to go, because you never know if what is happening on her end and how safe, or the nature of how, just how she feels about what's going on. She knows her environment. She knows, she wants to keep herself safe.
Yeah, I mean, speaking on the point, you said something about speak to someone that can help you. That can be really difficult to identify, because you have a lot of people that talk crap about being there for you sometimes, right? And if anybody ever hit me up. So you think, by the time you call the police 2 times, you understand, okay, the police can't stop me from getting killed. If he wants to have his way with me and badger me in any way for more than 9 minutes, and it's going to take y'all about 15, or let's just say 5 to get here. It don't take that long to really inflict that type of harm. So when you realize the police can't do anything because he didn't necessarily kill you, but he didn't do as much, but it's getting increasingly worse. When you say, or not you say, just like people in general, it's like, how can people identify? Because this was something that I went through, which had me depressed for a little longer than I should have been. Because it was men that I have a great amount of male friends. And it's like, if anybody ever messing with you, let me know. and you spend all your time giving your spiel and talking about like what you going, and it might take you 2 or so hours to get out everything that you've been through and to vent to them. And at the end of the day, they not really finna show up and do anything to Kill a Mockingbird.
Okay.
So how do you really know if you're talking to somebody that can quote unquote really help you? Because the police, you know, as a Black woman being abused, and just as a Black woman being abused, they not finna show up and lock the nigga up and keep him away from you. He might get locked up for 2-3 days, but he gonna be showing right back up to your place, writing on your mailbox, writing on your door, your apartment door with a big Sharpie, spray painting your car, flattening your tires. How do you know who to talk to and who can really help you? How do you know? I feel like that's difficult. It's difficult to discern at that time, because you'll have the homeboys who always said, if it's ever anything, yeah, I'm here. But when it come down to it, they low-key back out in a strange type of way, because they're not really about that life, but they said they were. And you've wasted your time giving your story to them and reliving your story and articulating your story, when really I wouldn't even told you if you couldn't help me. But come to find out, 2 weeks later, 5 hours later, after I've told you everything that's happened, you can't help me. Now I'm on to the next homeboy that says that they about that life and that they can help me. So like, how the hell do you decipher?
I would say it's military time. I mean, we are so afraid of guns. We are so afraid of weapons. We are so afraid to like strap up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not playtime no more. And you have to understand when it has heightened itself to that level. If you've talked to the guys, but you know what? You need to have you something on you. You need to have made a report. And it's once you've put that report in, honey, it's game time now. It's wartime. You also need to keep distance. A lot of times, this is the time when women go into hiding. You have to make a plan. You have to set people safe places. There are organizations who do this, but it's now, you seen that movie Enough? She didn't stay in plain sight. Remember with Jennifer Lopez?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She had to find a hiding place. She even disguised herself. I've had a woman tell me that she felt that she was hiding her location. She was hiding this. She was hiding that. I said, ma'am, what happened? Do you have a weapon? And she says, my sister took it because I told her she's afraid I'm gonna use it. I said, that's the point. If you got to go and get another one, it's now time to what about this is my child's father? Ma'am, is your life or is his? Now he want to play that game. You go strap up and you get ready. It's like you lock your doors, you get your cameras, you make sure there's no easy access points. If people slip them out, because people may not understand the situation you in, you understand, you protect you and yours. If you need to continue to talk to the police, I'm sure they won't have a problem with you saying, hey, on today, there was a slip up. I want you to be made aware. Can you come by and check on me tonight before I go to bed? Man, we don't mind rolling by there to make sure you're okay. And you, by continuing to establish a safe haven, or letting it talk to them. Hey, I need to go in hiding for a minute. You know anywhere I can go? Where can I hide me and my children? Even somewhere that it don't. If it's a shelter, and if it's not a shelter, they have safe homes. These are establishments that police may have a resource of knowing, and you can type it in Google, but it's not time to be as easy accessible as you were before. I don't care if he's your husband. I don't care how close he is to you. You know, it's a God. You're like, she said it. They said it in that movie. It's your God-given right to what? Protect yourself. And it ain't nothing wrong with that, and the law will back you up if you really and truly feel your life is being threatened. It is now time. You can take a self-defense. I don't care if you want to do it the right way. Learn some gun laws. You want to make sure that they can't come back on you with self-defense. You can join. They even got clubs you can join to make sure you hitting all your points. But honey, it's not the time when somebody's saying your life is threatened. You taking all the steps, but this I don't want women to take threats idly. Once you let the men folk know, You need to make sure you stay away and keep your distance from that person. They say believe people when they say something. You can still love people from a distance. That relationship can be over. That's just life.
I mean, staying away from that person is one thing totally, but imagine that you've been with that person and y'all have lived together and you put them out as a woman, right? So they have nothing else to do outside of going to work but to circle around where you live. And then, right, of course I'm staying away, but they're staying close because they're breaking into your apartment every time you leave and you don't even know. And
Again.
or they always know where you are. They know your work shift. They know the address. So they know where you live. They know where you work. And then the fear of moving and thinking that they're going to follow the moving truck. I'm going to move. Fuck it. I'm going to move. Fine. But are they going to follow the moving truck? Because they ain't got nothing to lose at this point. I'm asking you these questions and I'm not coming at you, but I'm throwing out what was happening to me and asking, like, how would you handle it? Because there were several things that had me in I won't say an imaginary chokehold, but there were, it takes 7 times to try to leave your abuser before you successfully do. Definitely true. And I had left him several times and he would come up to my job, bringing cards and my favorite meals from my favorite restaurants and whatever, because he knew where I worked. So I'm like, damn, I got to find another job, and that's difficult to accept that I have to move. I got to not sleep at my own spot because you're going to vandalize my car. You've already vandalized my apartment door. A slut lives here. A hoe lives here. And that's not the case, but you're just upset. So if I do decide to move on and deal with another guy, you want him to be deterred by that. You want me to be embarrassed in front of the neighbors. Okay, cool. Maybe I'll move. Okay, but you know where I work. All right, what's next? If he's writing that on my door in my mailbox, he's definitely going to do that to my car. I'm going to be driving a car that says that. Okay, so I got to quit my job and I got to move too. Okay. You know how long it takes to search for a job that you actually want to work at and be there. So I gotta move and go to and hope that as I move in my U-Haul, because again, he's homeless. So all he does when he gets off work, in which the times are aligned, a 9 to 5, is sit out with his binoculars and watch my spot. So he's probably following the U-Haul trucks in my mind. If I move next week, so I gotta quit my job, move, do all this. He's flattening my tires every other day. I'm spending $300 a week in tires because he's just this homeless man that's 10 years older than me. I can see if he was younger, but like, nigga, I'm 25. You're 35. Why won't you go get your own shit? You can't get your own shit because you're a felon. Okay. So it's like, dealing with all and those are the type of things that make you want to stay. Those are the type of things that not even make you want to stay, make you try to come up with some type of plan. But every plan that you try to conceptualize it's like, that's not gonna work. So you just stuck. Sometimes you just stuck.
Well, my thing is, I don't want you to feel this is it and feel hopeless. I truly believe that there's community on a family wherever you are. A lot of times, some of us move out of state for independence. So guess what? We got to start relying on people around us. We got to start letting people know, baby, there's a threat on your property. This man has a report on him. This is his name and what he looks like. You got to get a trespassing on him. You got it. So if he's already been banned, he shows up again, they can lock him up. So you got to get some more eyes on him. Tell your job. Got your friends on your job. You've seen these movies, the Lifetime movies, and they talking to their buddy. Because guess what? Buddy guy on the job, now he will defend. If he will defend you from people on your job, don't you think he'll walk you to your car? And if, see, a lot of times these jobs, they got cameras all around. They can tell you if somebody want to pull up. Oh, what car did you say we need to be looking for? You know what I'm saying? So you really got to treat it like a military strategy. And, And then remember, you got to stay in touch with your help in your God, what do you call it? Your lifeline. So I don't want people to feel like I can't call the police again. You call them every time you feel threatened. Hey, and say, get you a buddy partner. I want somebody to walk me home, and I want somebody to help make sure I get in. If it's a guy that's strapping, and then he gonna tell you, baby, one day you need to come on in here with me, and we're gonna shop together, and they're gonna teach you and train you. You're gonna go to the range. You're gonna need to learn how to shoot, and always have a buddy partner until this thing fizzles on out, and we get this man behind bars, and you feel safe. You feel like it's over. We're gonna do this. So you have to find somebody who's willing to go along. Now, if you're feeling alone, baby, go on, get your weapon of righteousness, get your shield of salvation. You understand what I'm saying? Put on your belt and your shoes and get ready, because this is one situation. We are all in a war. Think of it like you a soldier and you strap up. You take this thing like it's me or you. You see what I'm saying? So that's when it comes to playtime is over. And you get that military mindset, that where you're strategizing and you're letting people, you don't gotta manhandle nobody. You let the men handle him. Tell the people around you what you're going through. Cause a lot of times they know they can help hide. They can give you strategies and resources. Hey, this is what we're going to do, but don't try to do it alone, because I can guarantee you that man might have somebody who's helping him to hide him, his family, his friends. So don't try to fight a war alone. When that lady told me her problem, I was on my job doing my job. And it was my job to tell her, ma'am, it's time for you. She got a camera. Strap up. Get your strap back. That's yours. That's your right. That's your legal right to you have the right to life, liberty, and happiness. So that's how I would explain for women who often are very highly successful. They want to continue to grow. And if you've moved, you have to establish some security around you. Men in the community, like you say, you've gone to your friends, but don't be afraid or ashamed to talk about what happened. Had you known he was who he was, okay, so who's supposed to know that? But people love us. People be wanting to know, what? Hey, why didn't someone you just don't know who. I already got a license to carry. Who can walk you to they got this strap in the car. I had somebody had to protect me. I had to go to another parking lot while we talking. One of the homeless people come out the back. He come out the back with I don't know why he had an axe in his hand. And the man just said, hold on, I jumped in my car. He said, hold up. And he said, I said, what? Get in your car, let's go. He said, I ain't going nowhere. I said, that man knew that he was strapping and he walked on the way. I said, I got to get me one of those. I said, I want to go zombie hunting too, because that person was strung out and they was trying to attack us while we're having a conversation about the job, which I had dealt with sexual harassment on my job. And I'm going to say that because I'm going to tell you, I'm not afraid to tell. I reported him so that they can investigate. And then the men folks stepped up. And every time we crossed paths, he come to work early. The men, all the managers, somebody had to be with him and make sure he couldn't get to me. And I had to leave with my shift. Yes, I felt afraid to go to my car. I didn't take it any further because around the holidays, you know how folk can trip out, and something had just happened with this company and stuff in another area. And I love my coworker. I let it go. But yes, you have to sound the whistle, sound the alarm, and because I said, you mean to tell me, had I had said this earlier, these men would have stepped up to protect me earlier, and I wouldn't have to sit back here and ask myself what he gonna do next to me back here while I'm back here working, because it like to touch me. And I was his little girl. He didn't just establish I'm his girlfriend without even asking me anything. I didn't even know he even knew who liked me at all. I didn't consent to be in touch. So.
Yeah, like my main point is sometimes it seems like first of all, the first thing that an abuser is going to do, especially like a narcissistic abuser, the first thing that they are going to do is they're going to isolate you. You might be isolated from your family or your friends. And then when you do think that there are friends who or family who are able to quote unquote rescue you from this situation, you spend your time talking to them and telling them about the situation, but ultimately they weren't prepared to really step up and help the way that they was talking. They were talking this tough game. If anybody ever do something to you, I got it. I'm gonna handle it. And when it comes time to it, they don't. And so you spent your time venting to somebody hours, and it might even take you weeks to vent to this person about what you are experiencing, the stalking, the abuse, the breaking and like whatever the case is, and then nothing happens. So it's just like, damn, I told these people who were my quote unquote friends about this, and really they're not even the type to come to find out when the pimple comes to a head, they're not even the type to put hands on nobody or handle the situation for real. But they was talking that shit though. You know what I'm saying? Like when it really comes down to like, yo, I need your help, I think he might. It's like, oh, they're gonna sit up and they're gonna listen to your shit. Yeah, they'll listen to your story, but this is a waste of my time if I'm telling you my story and I'm telling you how much danger I'm in and how he's going to come back and it's going to get worse. It's a waste of time. So it's like, how do you know? How do you decipher? Because you can't just pack up and leave. You can't just say, I'm never coming back to this apartment. I'm never coming back to this job. Your credit's on the line. Your ability to get the next apartment, the next job is on the line. You need to move out. You need to take some of your things. Sometimes if they see you in the process of moving out, they finna put hands on you because, oh, you leaving? Let's get physical. So sometimes, and I'm not trying to argue with you. I've experienced trying to understand what the fuck am I going to do? Because he knows so much about me. And even when I'm like, leave me alone, don't come to my house. Just leave me alone, period. He would send stuff to the job, come up to the job. He would sit outside of my job and wait until there was a customer in front of my face and bring me in my favorite meal and make it seem like he was still my boyfriend. And, oh, just meal from your favorite spot. So it's not as easy as call somebody to rescue you. Call one of your guy friends that are gonna handle it for you.
Well, you know what I want to
built like what they've been telling you. They've been built like where you feel like, you know what, I got these guy friends, and if something happened, I know I can call on them because that's what they told me. Not a lot of times out of 10, they not even about all they say. They just trying to say something to make themselves seem hard, and they're not. And so you feel like you've wasted your time and your hours upon hours talking to them, venting to them, hoping that they'll come to your rescue because they told you they would, when really all they're willing to do is listen. They're not willing to put any wheels in motion. And so you like, damn, the cop's not here for me. These guy friends that told me they was about that life, blah, 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 they're not really about it. So what the fuck am I going to do? I got to stay here until I have a strategic move to get away from him because he's going to kill me. He strangled me twice. He breaks into my apartment every time I'm gone from work. I don't know. It's not as easy to find support. Like, yeah, you can find a woman's shelter. You can find whatever, but that means you're fleeing from the place that you pay rent at. Like you pay over $1,000 a month to stay at this place, but you're fleeing and you're either trying to find a shelter or a friend's couch that you can sleep on. And everybody gets tired of it at some point. I slept over a friend's house for 2 weeks. At some point, they was just like, listen, I'm a Jehovah's Witness. If people keep seeing you coming here, they're going to think that I'm not walking my walk pertaining to not sleeping with anybody that I'm not married to. So you can't stay here no more. And it's because of my religion. Okay, wore out my welcome here. Let's go to the next friend. Let's go. You know what I mean? So like, I've been there, like running away from my own place of where I live. And then I realized when I'm running away from where I live, he breaking into my shit because he
homeless.
Right.
He's a home wrecker.
Yeah. So it's
Well, Jane, I know you are a public figure, and I don't know how you want to answer this, or if not, but I'm curious as to how you overcame the situation. If you had any tips for women when you have somebody this aggressive and with this unique situation, what tip can you give somebody in that situation where they say, Jane, look at Jane's out here encouraging women, and then you told us yourself you made it out, and we need to know, like, someone needs to know, well, what did you do? How did you? Let's get the testimony. What do I need to do to protect myself?
I'll share that. Just let me go to it. Let me go to a quick commercial quick. And I'll share that.
Get into this Black-owned business, Stickies. It's got things for inside your home, outside your home, and even on the go. JasmineMadeIt.com is your new destination for Black Girl Magic mugs, tumblers, and even wine glasses. You can even customize the tumblers and wine glasses. There's a lot going on for a low price over at JasmineMadeIt.com. And if you've been serious about wanting to support more Black-owned businesses, here's your chance. Let JasmineMadeIt.com handle all your problems for family and friends. You ever had a friend over and they just wasn't catching the hint or paying the rent?
Y'all asses all get to stepping.
Yeah, tell them to get to stepping with this nostalgic Martin-themed doormat, and shop over a dozen different doormat designs over on JasmineMadeIt.com. All right, Stickies, you know what time it is. It's time to put your money where your mouth is and shop Black today. Make life easier for you and your household by taking your family's hot or cold beverages on the go with one of these unique tumblers. It's insulated to keep your beverage at temperature, and it comes with a few different reusable straws and even the specific brush that you need to wash it so you can keep it sanitized and germ-free. They've got all kinds of designs to match your mood or style. So grab something for your wife, the hubby, or even the kids over on JasmineMadeIt.com. That's JasmineMadeIt.com, and I'll see you over there.
Okay, so clearly I'm ugly now, so let me make myself a little smaller. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Ultimately, what happened was I hit a very necessary rock bottom. I could not perform at work. I couldn't show up to work and be myself. And I think that was a good thing, because I would have never just quit the job because I was being stalked and because he knew where I worked, right? Like, I wasn't just going to like quit my job and say, hey, I'm being stalked, let me quit. So I got fired because I was never in my right state of mind, ever. I mean, being in an abusive situation like that, my mind was always fucked up. I mean, like, just fucked up. So I got fired, but I needed to. That was God knew I wasn't going to quit that job. Like, I wasn't. It was a great job, and I wasn't going to quit it. So I got fired. But that's what was necessary in order for my location to be incognito in something that he didn't know.
Come on, routine.
So I got fired. Luckily, I'm a big saver, so I had enough money to like just live for 5 months and
Amen.
And not have to work. And that was really it, hitting that rock bottom. It was first of all, it was already a rock bottom. I didn't have any confidence. I had already went to court. He had already abused me in the worst way, and I go to court and I'm telling the I'm on his side instead of the state side, and the state subpoenaed me to testify for them. I showed up to testify for him, and he was the one that had put his hands on me and all that stuff like that. It was a serious rock bottom, and I needed to sit still.
Yeah.
I needed to sit still and really think about, is this what you really want? Like, and ask myself that day after day. And it clearly wasn't what I wanted. There was nothing that even resembled peace pertaining to that. situation. And
It's necessary.
6-7 months later, you know, I moved, I met someone. I was still dating in the interim, but even dating in the interim, it was difficult because he still knew where I lived and he was terrorizing my home. Everybody that I tried to like date or whatever, he's trying to terrorize them, right? Because he's terrorizing my house and I had to let them know. So it really just took, it was a hard reset, and it was a forced hard reset for the people who have the option to make the decision to make a voluntary reset. Cool. For me, it had to be forced because I'm like, I am not quitting this very good job. Like, it was a really good job. But I'm glad that I was fired, because if I wasn't, then I would still be working at that place where he would still have access to me. So God had to break that chain. He broke that chain. He broke that chain for me. And I had to realize that I needed to start over with everything, not just relationships, not just the way I approach relationships, but my livelihood, my life, where I work, how I see things. I needed to start over all the fucking way, all the way. And that's what me being fired allowed me to, because first of all, being fired was a shock. It was a shock. And I had to deal, and I'm like, damn. And I think that being fired also allowed me to really realize, like, bitch, you need to start over. Think about what you want, what you need. Do something different. Go in a different direction, a different path where he cannot find you. And I mean, like, and
yeah,
it forced me to think different. I don't know. I don't think that I have the blueprint for anyone else, but sometimes just starting over, completely relocating, which is what I ultimately did, even though I lived there 5 months afterwards and he was still doing whatever. But me not working there, it took the stalking down. Like, the stalking was on a level 10 on a scale of 1 to 10. The stalking went down to about a 6.5-ish, 6. Because it was like, you don't know if I'm here or if I'm not. Sometimes I'm using other people's cars. Other times I'm sleeping on other people's couches just to throw you off. I had to do different things just to whatever. So I don't know. I don't have a blueprint for people. I'm so grateful that I think, like, I tried so many new things after that. And I'm grateful for that, because that's where I met my future husband. He's gonna be my Leo father, gonna be my husband one day. And about like 5 or 6 months later, that's when I met him. And I was so broken, and I feel like I had no right to be dating at that time because I was so broken. But I found somebody that I went to middle and high school with, always flirted with me, but I always brushed him away. He was such a nerd, but I was a nerd too, because I was in AP classes, advanced placement. And it's just ironic how God placed him around me, because
come on,
I felt like not to say I didn't deserve anybody great or amazing, but I felt like, nah, I just need to be alone. And I know a lot of times when you go through a painful, traumatic situation, sometimes the default remedy is I need to spend some time with myself. And while that's true, you do need to understand some things about yourself while nobody else is around. But it's just so ironic how I reconnected with this guy that I went to middle and high school with. And he always had a crush on me, and I knew it, but I always just, I don't know, like, I popped his pimples. That's all he was good for. I was just like, ooh, let me pop. I always popped his pimples. Anyway, and he's just such an amazing guy, gentleman, like all this. I just couldn't believe that God was giving me somebody like that when I felt like I wasn't even done healing. And I know I wasn't done healing. I was not done healing yet. I was still healing while I was dealing with him, and he helped me with that. So
if this ain't a Lifetime movie, go on and get your movie credit.
it really it really is. And sometimes I feel like it's too good to be true, and I gotta pinch myself sometimes. But being fired and having to, and especially because you know what, me getting fired and me having money and having stuff saved up, it just allowed me to sit back and really see and feel things. I'm just sitting up every day, just journaling and playing music and watering my plants and getting a feel for who the fuck am I without all this shit, without these people, without these things. Like, who am I? Being fired allowed me to spend time with myself. And again, like I said, I needed that. I would have kept working and he would have kept popping up I'm so glad that I got fired. That's probably like, you would never hear nobody say that, but like, I'm so glad that I got fired from that place, because I would have never broken with. And I'm sure he showed up a lot of time trying to drop off food and realize, like, damn, she not here. Nope, I'm not here. I'm here listening to music, watering my plants, doing whatever. It was an interesting time of self-discovery. So I don't know. That might not be the manual or the rule book for anybody. And of course, everybody's is different. It's individualized. But for me, that's what happened. I just feel so blessed that I didn't have to spend years by myself and being like, oh, I hope the man comes year 1, year 2. Hope I meet this man. Like, it was literally a matter of like 5 months. And here he comes out of nowhere. And me just being in the house, in the apartment, at that time, the apartment by myself, I'm like, what's up with you? I ain't heard from you since high school. And we just started connecting. And it was like, damn, we finished each other's sentences. We thought the same, saving money, living life, going out, having fun. We think the fucking same about everything. Like, he's my soulmate. And I just can't believe I passed him up in high school and middle school and shit. But yeah, that's kind of how I overcame and got out of. What I will say in closing, though, because I realize I'm just like talking. No contact is very important.
Yeah.
No contact when it comes to your abuser is so important, because if your abuser is still sending you messages trying to get under your skin, oh, so you're just not going to talk to me. So you think that you're perfect and you think that you do everything right. So you're not just, if you're done with them, you're done with them. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the more you respond to say, yes, I'm done with you, I don't want to, they're like, oh shit, I got their attention. Let's put it in over. No contact. Because you have to understand with these people, even telling them, hey, I don't want to be with you anymore. They're not going to accept that as an answer, because they can't accept no for an answer. Yeah. So no contact is best. And it's been no contact for me for about 4.5, going on 5 years now. Even though once or twice a month, I still get messages. I still get nasty ass dick pics that I do not want from him. And it's just fishing for a contact, hoping that he can contact me. I'm not interested in even saying, look, don't message. Because even if I say don't message me no more, that's going to get his dick hard. Like, I'm not responding at all. No, I'm not interested, period. No contact is a very imperative method of allowing your narcissistic abuser to understand that this is not a thing anymore, and I'm not interested in communicating with you. And even if you say it just like that, they're not gonna accept it. They're not gonna want it. So you have to leave them with the silence. The silence for me has been about 4.5 years now.
Okay, that's golden.
So yeah, that's what it is. You pulled that out of me, girl. What are you? Because I hate you.
Hey man,
I hate you. I hate you a little bit. Who are you, Crystal? Let me write your name down, because girl, I hate you.
Don't put my name on the. Look, every time I used to get in so much trouble.
I hate this girl. Not pulling this out.
Oh, Well, it's been a blessing. Thank you so much for sharing your story. And I really just wanted to hit some key points that you said. I things that stood out to me was you depleted your host. So he was really on a power trip to control your emotions. And it could have been too emotional or draining or exhausting to work knowing, fearing for your safety. So it was a more, your peace and safety was being away from the place where you had to fear for your safety. So you found refuge somewhere in a quiet place where you could reconnect to your source and find strength in new direction. And your source led you down a path to for another man. You know what I'm saying? For some physical protection and love and affection. So thank you so much for sharing your testimony. I mean, it has given a lot of light and love to the comments, and that's just the answer. I mean, your absence and your silence was golden. So we
I
appreciate it.
appreciate you for pulling that out of me, even though it was ugly. I hate when I cry because I get to looking ugly as hell. But child, you pulled it out of me, and the vulnerability and everything else, child. Like, oh.
We're here for you, even though we're typing, honey. We are here. We are loving on you, and there's nothing to be ashamed or worry. We love you. We're our hearts are here for you. So just know, you touched us on today. We just want to say thank you for sharing your testimony, because that gives us truly hope, and you just don't know what we're going through and how we can say, if he did it for her, he can do it for us too. And I'm gonna drop down. But
Thank you so
I
much.
pray you have a wonderful evening.
I will. Thank you.
Thanks.
Child, not me getting all emotional or whatnot. Like, what the hell? Let's go to the bush, and we got one more caller. I ain't dropping the link no more. One more caller. We got Shada Jim dropping down here, and that's my girl. Her birthday just passed. Let's go to the bush, because Lord,
It was gone.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
oh, Lord have mercy. Because it's not even a current experience. That was like 4+ years ago. But it still tugs on me, because it was one of the most that was one of the most troubling, most difficult, and most lowest points of my life ever. And it's, even to talk about it, it hurts, but I know it hurts me. But it helps other people when I speak out about it. And although that was so long ago, and I've been in such a loving, abundantly loving relationship for 3+ years now, that and it makes me feel amazing. But even speaking about that situation, it's so painful to relive it. But I feel like it's worth it if I'm helping other people understand, like, what the red flags are, how difficult it is to be in or get out of said situation. So I don't mind being vulnerable about that. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we do have one more. We got one more caller back here, and we're gonna get into our other caller. I'm just gonna take me about like 40 seconds to get myself together. Okay, just give me some time. Give me some. Understanding. You know, people from Baltimore don't like to show weakness, but this is one of those times where I'm like, all right, you can see it a little bit or whatever, but. But after this is about it, okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me get myself together. We got our last caller, a very prized caller. Okay, I loves me some Shay the Gem Dropper. All right. Do me a favor, Shay, put your channel link in the private chat while I play this really quickly. I'm getting ready to hit a clip real quick. Put your channel link either in the Discord or somewhere. If Princess is still here, put it somewhere. So I can put it in the chat while you're talking to get people to subscribe to you, but I'll get to you. But just please give me just 100 seconds to get myself together. Okay, everybody. We're gonna get into our last caller, and then we're gonna close this thing out. All right. Drop some pancakes down below if you love me. The pancakes will sop up the tears. And okay.
It's time to face it, boo. Your product needs more exposure. If you want to see your ad here on my channel, be sure to shoot an email over to yt.theplainestjane@gmail.com and let's chat. But if you're new in my neighborhood here on YouTube, hey, I'm the Plainest Jane, and I provide coverage and commentary on trending stories, viral events, and Black culture. I definitely appreciate you stopping through and hitting that subscribe button if you'd like more of my particular brand of syrup.
All right, so we're back. Thank you for the pancakes in the chat. I'm either going to do a members only, or I'm going to have after this, or I'll talk to my video editor when I'm done. One of the two. But nonetheless, we do have our very last caller of the evening, okay, that we're going to talk to. You all invite and show some love to Shay the Gem Dropper, who was about to come up on the call into the show, okay?
The following video is broadcasting live, and thank you for being my studio audience. Thank you for hitting thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more Black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy.
Shay, what is going on? What are your thoughts about everything that we are discussing?
Man, you got me over here with a little lump in my throat. I'm trying to hold it down. Hold it down.
I'm sorry.
It ain't just thugs in Baltimore. It's thugs everywhere. We in Texas thugging. I can't be doing all that crime. But, I got to start off a little light. First and foremost, if you want light skin, you're going to be changing colors like that. So whoever says she ain't light skin, okay?
Thank
I got
you.
a whole list, honey. I've been over here making the whole little list. When after I had taken a phone call from my cousin, I had to miss so much stuff. I was like, child, I got to make a list. I hope I ain't repeating points that people already made. But I just wanted to give some of these gems to y'all and let people know. And it really broke my heart that you quit your job. I mean, I'm sorry, you didn't quit your job. You were fired. But I want all of my people to know, when you get a job, sign up for short-term disability. Sign up for long-term disability. It ain't no more than $7 to $10 a month or whatever out of your check, and it will pay off. I am a living witness. If you are going through something with a partner, you can contact your job if they have the counseling therapy, or you can go to your own outside psychologist and they can take you off from work, and you can get paid for being off from work for mental issues. If it's stress from a relationship and it's taken off from you, by all means, do it the Karen way. Get your short-term disability and see how you can do when you start back to work.
Okay, do me a favor. Run that back. Just repeat it one more time so that not only me, but other people who might just feel like you just talking, right? And it's not you, it's just the attention span, right?
And I know I get to talking fast too. I have to.
It's okay. So
okay, so when you get employed and you get a job that has benefits, and they ask you, do you want to sign up for health care? Do you want to sign up for dental? Do you want to sign up for vision? Do you want to sign up for short-term disability? Do you want to sign up for long-term disability? What happens is, if you go ahead and apply and sign up when you have open enrollment, because you can change your thing, even though you're already a job now, you can go ahead and change it at this point or whenever your open enrollment is and sign up for the short-term and long-term disability. And that right there will give you coverage. That will give you a cushion. What I can say is all jobs have different companies that they have it through. But when I worked for JP Chase, it was through the Hartford. And yes, if you're taking off of work for anything medical, dental, mental, or physical, and you have to miss more than 7 consecutive days, your short-term disability with JP Chase will kick in, and you will get 65% of your paycheck. And if you continue to not be able to come to work, i.e., they still stressing you out and you can't do it, you tell your therapist, I need more time off. Then and this is for mental and physical, if whatever is going on with you, and you get paid. And if it goes into your long-term disability, then you do that, and that's good for usually 2 years. And also, when you are a victim of abuse, they don't let you know there are crime victim compensation that will give you money. If this person knows where you live, they will pay for your U-Haul. I've had it paid for, okay? They will pay for your deposit of your new place. I've had it paid for. They will pay for all this stuff to transfer. Sometimes they pay for it up front. Some things you have to pay for it and get reimbursed. But either way, know that you are covered. Crime victims compensation in Texas is real good with that. I can't vouch for any other state because this is where I'm located, but I'm telling you, crime victims compensation, and this is not after a person is convicted. This is not after you've gone to trial, after the person's gone to trial. This is, hey, this happened last week. I don't want to stay here no more. I need y'all to help me move. And boom, you fill out your paperwork, you submit it, and they cut a check. They pay my deposit, like I said, for me to move, pay for U-Haul, all of that kind of stuff.
That makes sense.
If this thing happened in your home and you can prove it, or this person knows where you habitate, you can do that. Also, your job, most jobs, if it's a chain, they will transfer you to a different location because of things like this as well. But people don't tell you your options at a job because a lot of times if you don't do the paperwork, they can act like it never happened. You can tell your supervisor all day, this, that happened, and they don't do anything. But the moment you fill that paperwork out, they're like, okay, you transfer, you out, we'll see you later, bye, and it's done. So it's a lot of different things like that. Also,
I'm about to show my baby picture real quick. Hold on one second.
Oh,
I'm about to show
the baby.
Let me see. I put it in the Discord so you can see it because you in the Discord. But we got 540 thumbs up. Likes. Can we get like 560? Can we get like 560? And then I'll show it and we can talk about skin color a little bit. Because I found that there is a community. I found that there was a community of people who feel gaslit by others based off of their skin tone and what they call themselves. We're 8 likes away, folks. We're 6 likes away. I'm about to show a baby. I'm about to show a baby picture, and I mean, it's a baby picture, but I'm like, damn, my hair always been nappy as shit. My hair always been nappy as shit. Okay. It looks like we're there. It looks like we're there. Okay, so here we go. Y'all, here go my baby picture. What are y'all thoughts?
Pretty Jane, so beautiful, light skin,
Yo,
still light skin. Ain't no
it's
bleaching
the big
happened.
eyes for me.
And you in the faces, you was making the faces back then.
Okay, I'm looking at you right through the camera, like what you talking about? What you saying? I know my looks, you know, the look on my face can say a million words, right? We'd be like, oh, your facial expressions. I've had a couple of people in the last couple of weeks that say when you look at the camera, it's so piercing. I feel like your eyes and your looks are piercing through me, and I'm like, all right, I know I make facial expressions that make you laugh, but I ain't know they was piercing through your like that.
Okay.
But I can see that my eyes, I guess they can command attention or something. I don't know.
Yes. I got them big eyes too, baby. You can see everything.
But I'm not light skinned though, right? Okay.
Exactly.
All right. I'm not light skinned.
Yeah. These people crazy. I want to see what light skin is. You got to be clear then, I guess.
Child. I'm gonna start putting this picture into the some of the intros and the clips that I had going
Let
on.
them know. Ain't no skin bleaching going on. Been light skin since day one, honey.
I'm too late to be trying to bleach skin. Like, come on now. And I care about skin too much to try to want to bleach. I'm very weary about the way your skin will suffer if you use substances or chemicals or whatever that are harmful. If I use something that's too harsh for me, I'm gonna turn red and look crazy.
Right.
I don't have
look
time
like a tomato.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I can't get with that. But you know, but I'm not light skinned though, and I had to apologize because
I told you, F them people. No apologies.
I had to. I mean, it's not that I had to apologize. It was a matter of me addressing the backlash that I was, and I'm just like, let's just nip this in the bud. I'll just go ahead and apologize for not being as what do you call it? Clear, as accurate as I left too much room for y'all to assume whatever the hell was going on. So I'm about to show y'all something else and in a second. Let me show y'all, because I feel like I look totally different in this picture, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, I don't mind looking at my baby pictures and laughing a little bit, especially since I was just extremely emotional based off of the subject matter. So here's another picture. Wait a minute. Why is this me? Like, why do my teeth look this way? Like, why do why do I look like this?
Honestly, you look the same. Still light skin.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm not light skinned. Oh, but I'm not and I'm wrong for calling myself light skinned.
Right.
I can't. I'm not allowed to call myself light skinned because it's gonna offend other people. But
I need them to apologize because I'm offended for you.
But this is who I am. And as a matter of fact, I'm like more red now than I was. Look, well, I guess it goes to what you were saying as far as you changing colors because you crying, and that's in fact I was crying, so I'm red as fuck right now because I was crying. But it's like, look at like, what the hell?
Okay, if you was not light skinned, you would not be that red like that. I turn red when I cry, but I'm not light skinned. I'm brown. I just got a little red undertone.
Okay, I guess I'm not light skinned, you guys.
I hope those same people pull up and say they sorry, and under the picture be like, "Yep, you are light skinned, Jane."
Right. I'm going to post these pictures and I'm going to be facetious with my caption.
With the quote, yes, I already know.
Because I don't want to be like, oh, but y'all don't think I ain't going to put that on the community tab, but I'm going to post it like, baby pictures. Here they go. but I wasn't light skinned. I'm gonna find a way to be facetious, be crafty with it. It is what it is. Nonetheless,
be like, did I pass the paper bag test or not?
But but it's easy. You know what? This is actually a decent conversation because it's like it's easy for people who aren't light skinned, right? And I can admit and say whatever it needs to be said. Colorism is colorism and it's fucked up and it's wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if there is a person that is of lighter complexion that doesn't admit that they benefit from colorism, then it's bullshit. And they're lying and it's cap. And it's like burn them at the stake, whatever the case is. Because why you acting like I get treated just like the dark skinned people? No, you don't.
Exactly.
You don't. It's not true. So I'll admit that colorism is what it is. I'm not asking for it, but I was born this way. I can't cease to exist because colorism and because I'm black, right?
Exactly.
But there is this practice, and I wouldn't call it reverse racism because I don't believe reverse racism is a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was this practice from people who are of a darker and a beautiful hue, may I add. I'm very attracted to darker hues. Let's just start there. But people of a darker hue end up saying shit to light-skinned people. And light-skinned people are supposed to accept that.
Nope.
And take that. And they're supposed to take it, accept it, and be like, listen, you benefit from this shit, so I'm talking to you like this, and so blah blah blah. And it's
get abused for
a lot of
how
times
you
it's
look.
gaslighting. And you know what? I apologize because okay, fine. But I realized after I apologized, I'm like, y'all gaslit me, and then y'all objectified my body. I'm holding up my hands and I'm talking with my hands, and they was like, your hands are mighty dark. You're darker around your lips. I don't see red undertones from you. And so, and other parts of my body that they were imagining what color they were. It's like, y'all are absurd. I go hard for black people all the fucking time.
Every
black
time.
People of all colors. I don't just advocate for quote unquote light-skinned black people. I advocate.
And when you drive your car, your
all
hands
of
gonna
us.
be in the sun. You're gonna get darker on your hands. You put SPF on your face, but most black people don't put SPF on their hands when you get ready to go driving in your car. So yeah, you're gonna get a little darker on your hands. Come on now, people.
It's insane how people acted like I was trying to insinuate that lighter skin was better. Light was right and dark was wrong. It was exactly what somebody said in the comments. I'm like, that's bananas. I didn't say that. That's the conclusion that you skip, hopped, and jumped to. And you had to do a lot to reach. Your arms got to be tired. Because, bitch, that's a reach. But you know what? I apologize because I'm just like on some PR shit, which naturally I have a slight knack for PR. I'm just like, you know what? This is going to make these people happy. And I get that they're emotional because we're talking about color. But that's not what the fuck I said. All I said was, I'm light-skinned. And somebody thought that I was dark-skinned. And as I pull up these pictures from my childhood, and I really don't feel like I'm far off from this color. If anything, again, right now, I'm red as fuck. I'm red, right? And so if I was to go to the club right now in Baltimore, go to a bar downtown in Baltimore, I could even go to a bar around the corner and be like, I'm brown skin. Because a lot of people, you're brown skin. You're not light skin. Why you think brown skin is a bad thing? You don't want to be called brown skin because you think that light skin is better. The issue is that you think brown skin is bad. And if I was to go to the bars and the places and all that, blah, 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 and call myself brown skin, these people would look at me like I was a fucking lunatic.
They're like, you don't get your light skin ass out of here.
Because around here in Baltimore, in my area, in my family, and the way I see myself, I'm light skinned.
My mom was the
Y'all
same
would
color as
think,
you. So yes, you light skinned. My mom was light skinned.
you would think that I would if I was Flavor Flav and I was calling myself light skinned eyed, I'd see the problem. You know what I'm saying? But that's not where we are. Y'all talking about the difference in a half or a micro shade, and a lot of people came in like, well, I would say you were light brown. But in my mind, there's only light skin, dark skin, and the one in the middle, which I guess you would call caramel. That's how I was raised. That's how I grew up. So I see it that way, and light brown skin is a new thing to me. Because for me, it's always been light skin, dark skin, or brown skin, which is that in the middle thing. If you see me as something other than that, nigga, that's your fucking prerogative.
Right.
I don't have a problem with you seeing me that way. I just don't agree. Like, what the hell? Man, that video, that backlash, all them people acting, I thought you were a confident caramel woman, that you aren't. So and then 31 people hit the thumbs up. I'm like, damn, like y'all really out here doing it on some sheep thinking type shit instead of giving me a chance to explain what I meant, instead of just me disagreeing with the notion that some people thought I was brown skin, because there were literally people calling me brown skin. Do I want to
brown where?
Everybody put a 1 in the chat if you think I'm brown skin. And that was my whole point of the post, is that 2 people in one night called me brown skin. Brown skin. I don't have a problem with brown skin. Hello, I advocate for black people, period, point blank.
Right.
Don't matter what the fuck color you are. We got issues in our community that we need to talk about, and that's what I'm going to discuss. And that's why my intro is exactly what it is from Fox Soul when I spoke about it. So if you think I'm brown skin, you know what? Cool. Put a fucking comment in the goddamn thing below.
You a yellow bone, baby.
But if you don't, okay, that's not going to stop me from talking about. I don't pick and choose the stories that I want to talk about and advocate for and create more, awareness about based off of skin tone. We're fucking black. My hair is nappy as fuck. It always has been. The baby picture proves it. Look how nappy my hair was. All my mother could do was slap some barrettes on the top and create some zigzags. My hair has always been. I'm black as fuck. So I don't have room, in my opinion. I don't have room to sit here.
Can we get a number 2 for light skin?
Okay. Put a 1 in the chat if you think I'm brown skin. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that I'm not brown skin and that I'm light skin.
Or high yellow.
I didn't even give the other half because I'm just like
high yellow.
Put a 1 if you think that I'm. Can you say it? What's the vote? You say it, Shay.
A 1 if she brown. Or 2 if she a yellow bone light skin.
And nothing's better than the other. As a matter of fact, I really prefer and have always been attracted to darker, more brown skin. Skin, if we gonna keep it a buck. Okay, so I'm just saying. But it is what it is. And you know what? Fuck it. I'm already sitting here being vulnerable. What I'll say is it hurt my feelings.
If everybody can run around and tell you to know this pronoun, that pronoun, and get all this respect, how can a person not get respect for the tone of skin that they are? I don't understand it. Like, I really don't. It's asinine.
Hey, hold on. I seen a 1. Well, I think I might have misread the question, but It's just one of them nights where I'm feeling really vulnerable and where I'm like, what you say?
Like who, huh? But honey,
What you say?
these people are a mess. But you know, honey, we not. I wouldn't hang on to that because the work that you put in with giving the Black history all 365 days a year instead of just Black History Month. Because I'm not gonna lie, you are the only person on YouTube or any other social media platform that I've seen that actually does that, sticks to it, says it, and means it. Because I hear so many people wait till Black History Month come around and then are like, yeah, we should be doing this all year long. Yeah, this should be all year long. But they don't do that. You do it. So I'm gonna give you your flowers, honey. You do that.
I do it.
And the hell with them idiots.
I appreciate you because you know how much effort it takes to force feed people the Black excellence, the Black history, where we come from, what we've done. A lot of people like to say, Uncle Tom, tap
It's
dance.
disheartening when they click off. When you see the numbers go down after the Jag right go, the Jags and the crazy, the BS go away. When you start giving the sticky notes and the Black history, those are the people that hop off. They didn't even really need to be there in the beginning, just keeping it up 100 because they don't deserve to be in your presence. They don't deserve it.
I get it. And at this point, I understand how to feed my audience, right? Every parent that feeds their child with the airplane or the choo-choo train, everybody got to figure out a different way to feed their kid and what makes them, how do you get them to eat their vegetables? Is it the choo-choo train? Is it this? Is it that? And I've realized how to feed my audience. I have to smash and jam pack it.
Yeah, in between. Yeah, you gotta layer that sandwich.
Celebrity stuff. So that's what I do, and I'll break it up into more cohesive or into the videos where it's just about that. Those videos don't get a lot of views, but I'm still gonna do it. I still have to do it, and the
right people haven't come across it because I'm telling you, baby, that 120K that you had before on the last channel, that's nothing compared to how you go when the right people start seeing and this algorithm stop holding you back. Oh, baby, you about to blow. You about to blow. Do you hear me? I'm telling you, keep it up. Just keep it up. Keep staying persistent. It is what it is. Can't nobody stop your shine. And that's what the haters don't like. When they can't stop your shine and they want to keep trying shit won't work. As Cat Williams said.
Cat Williams. I know what you
said. Yes, you keep trying shit won't work. Keep on trying shit with me because it ain't gonna work. And Jane ain't finna let y'all just come over here with that and just get away with it.
I am resilient, although I had my moments of doubt, but by default, my mother used to call me she used to call me a couple of different D words. She would call me defiant, right? But that's because she wanted me to walk in this straight line. And I'm like, I need to do something more creative than that.
Mm-hmm.
But there was always something that I was doing, which is like, I don't care what y'all saying. I'm going to do what I want to do. Like, that was always my attitude. Like, I don't care what you're saying. Like, I'm going to do it, period. And so, yeah, my channel got deleted when I was at 102,000 subscribers. And that shit hurt my feelings. And I was down for about 4 or 5 weeks about that. Yeah. I was depressed. I was crying. I was sad. I was upset, as any other person would be. You can't find me. Right? But when I got back up, oh, baby, I'm here right now. And some of the people who were making videos about me that were in a negative light,
they still stuck behind you now.
You've been here for how long? And I woke up and it's been 6 months and I got more subs than you. You don't have the gifts, the skills, the talent that I have. My mother used to call me defiant. That's what it was. She used to call me defiant and whatever. And sometimes being defiant is really just going against the grain. It depends on your definition, right?
Because defiant can actually mean you just really going to get what you when you put your mind to it, ain't nothing stopping you. And some people that don't have that type of drive in them can't understand that. And it's hard to explain.
It was just like, no matter what, like whatever's going on, she gon' keep trying this. Such as Yes, I
Sure
am.
am. Sure
That's
am.
my personality. And sometimes if I might be depressed for a month or two, and it might slow me down. But in general, I'm never going to stop trying to go that. This is the thing. My mother asked me when I was 12 years old, it's time for you to start deciding what you want to do for college, because it's time for you to get into middle school. And I was always in AP and advanced placement and magnet classes.
Me too.
So she was like, it's time for you to start deciding what you want to do. She asked me what I wanted to do. I told her broadcast journalism, like news anchor. She was like, that's too narrow.
Right.
There's
Oh, no,
no
she didn't.
job stability there. So what you need to do. So she asked me as if, and this is when I realized I can't trust my mother, because I can't tell her what I really want to do, because she's going to try to talk me into what she feels is feasible. Right. So she was like, what do you want to do? And I'm like, broadcast journalism, the news, whatever. I was already practicing the news in my room when she wasn't around. A dinosaur just trampled. I'm just in there, just whatever the fuck. So she asked me what I wanted to do. I told her broadcast journalism. She was like, that's not it. You need to do something that's safe. You need to do something like the health, working at the hospital, a nurse. You need to do something, working in the food industry, because people are always going to be hungry. You need to do something. You know, she named like 3 different industries based off of the demand and what and I was upset.
She tried to put you in a box.
I was upset with her about that for so long, and I finally let go of it, because I realized, you know what?
She didn't realize your abilities at the end. She didn't realize how much of ability that you have.
This was a day and age that she was raised in. And honestly, I get all of my creativity from her. She just never had the confidence to step outside of working for the government for so long to get a pension and doing shit that was safe. She never had the bravery to allow her creativity to take her somewhere. But whenever I had an assignment that was like create an environment in a shoebox, and that was it. And the way she helped me, and she helped me, that I'm only as creative as I am because of her. But she never took that route, because she was just like, I need to either work for the government or work for the hospital or work for this.
That's what was instilled into my generation, because I know I'm probably very close to your mother's age, because you're 1 year, I think, younger than my son, actually. Because my son, I have a son that's going to be 28. So I think you're about his age.
Somebody in the chat asking, I'm an Aquarius, February 6th. So, you know, long story short, she ultimately did end up talking me out of what I really wanted to do, which was broadcast journalism, which is exactly what I'm doing right now.
What you're doing now, yes.
She talked me out of it college-wise, because it's like you kind of need to have that in mind when you're writing your letters, essays, whatever you write, get into your perspective, high school and college. And so I was taking what she was saying and thinking as fact, and ended up majoring in some bullshit. Like, well, I won't call it bullshit, because marketing is cool, business is cool, but I let her talk me, out of something that I really loved.
Yeah. Because of our generation being told that. Like, I went to, my major is accounting, but I always loved math and stuff. So accounting was my thing. But I'm 14 hours short of my Bachelor of Science in accounting. But I haven't been to school in forever, so I'm probably going to retake a bunch of classes should I decide to go ahead, once I get my health back on track, to go ahead and complete that, because I really want to get it completed, just because, you know, because I put in too much time and too much work for that.
Yeah. It's a trip. Life is a trip. I'll just be like, God, what is you doing? When are you coming to pick us up?
Right. Okay, hit the burn rubber sound.
Right now.
Pick us up and burn rubber, please. When you
Please.
play that sound, when you play that burn rubber sound, it takes me out every time.
Don't make me
Yes,
stop
come
the
get us
car.
just like that. We on our way, honey.
God, where is you at? Because these people is out of these shootings and the schools and the innocent kids. And where's Jesus? Where's he at?
Okay.
I don't know what he got planned, but I'm a believer. So I know where I'm gonna be when it ends. But I'm just like, but when is it going to end?
Okay.
When?
Cause honey, that's why I tell people, honey, you can't and I will always I'm a very much a believer of never ask God what's next. Because trust me, when I say what's next, don't ask me, I don't mean as in looking for further information. I mean as when things are down and it's bad and you like, God done did everything bad to me. What else could he possibly do worse to me? What could be worse than this?
Yeah,
It can always get worse.
yeah. I've learned to say that a bit less, and I need to learn to stop saying it altogether because sometimes you ask what's worse, and then the worst is.
After a couple of miscarriages, well, first of after being told that I probably would not be able to have any more kids, then a couple of miscarriages, then a stillborn daughter. I thought that was the worst ever.
But I just don't have no problem with Jesus, God coming to pick us up. I'm just like, just let me know what time to be ready. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna
Like,
be late. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna be late. So tell me a couple hours later, Jesus, because I'm
you
gonna be
better
I'm slow.
do it, baby. I'm gonna be ready. I'm gonna have my eyebrows set the way they need to be set, and all that needs to be going
You'll
on.
be good to go.
God or the aliens, because I trust the aliens too. I'm not even gonna hold you. I trust them. Yeah. Either God gonna come get us or the aliens gonna zap us up. Because the aliens been sitting up here watching us and how ghetto we are. Earth is very ghetto, and I know that the aliens know how ghetto we are. It's a mess. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm ready for the aliens to either come zap us up or for Jesus to come on and take us home. Jesus, where you at?
Okay. Where you at? Is he on CP time? Hell.
He might be.
Like,
I mean, he is of color, but
yes, he definitely is of color. I don't know why they keep on trying to throw us with this other picture. He incognito, I guess.
it's a lot.
Okay.
It's a lot going on. I done got so vulnerable in this video, and I just can't believe it. I just can't, Andrea Elizabeth. Baby, I don't. What is we gonna do?
Well, I got a couple more things that I wanted to make sure that people know. I ain't
Okay,
trying
so
to
which
take
one's
over. Okay. Next thing of next thing in the announcement is keep a journal with dates and time and document any and everything your abuser does. He called me today at 3:15 and heavy breathing from this number or whatever. He texted me at such and such time from this number and said this. Screenshot it, write it down, all of that. Also, please, ladies and gentlemen, please do not rely on a restraining order. A restraining order is nothing but a piece of paper that says they came over there and effed you up, but a piece of paper says they weren't even supposed to be over there. Why would they not honor the piece of paper? They didn't honor that person's life, so why in the hell they gonna honor a piece of paper? People need to get that through your mind. If somebody want to do something to you, that restraining order is not gonna stop it at all. So keep it in order. Get it. Do it. It's part of your paperwork, and in case you have to do something with your pow, that's self-defense. But don't rely on the restraining order. It's part of the package, but don't rely on it. And now, as far as them unwanted dick pics, that is sexual harassment. He can go do time in the pen for that. I will file a police report on every picture I got. Every single picture. Each picture is a different crime. He could wind up doing 20, 30 years in the pen just sending you them dick pics. And also, everyone, it's nothing wrong with being a victim. Don't be embarrassed by it. I was embarrassed for years by I was what I would consider a victim by association, meaning I watched my mama go through a lot with my little brother's dad. And when I tell you it traumatized me so much to where I always said I would rather be by myself than to deal with any of this. When I tell you it was financial abuse, it was, oh, I'm taking the keys to the car, you're not going nowhere type abuse. I've seen my mother literally, her arm went through a piece of glass and she had one of those pink pills from the hospital and it was almost full of her blood and she's begging him to take her to the hospital. We didn't have a phone. We lived in the country. We lived like nearest neighbor was like 2 miles away. So I would have to run down a dark dirt road over a wooden shaky bridge, down hills, up hills in the complete dark. He tried to run over me one night. I mean, when I tell you I done been there and I done been through a whole lot. So going through that as a child, I vowed to myself that I would not put my kids through that. I would not let my kids hear me arguing with a man, fighting. No, we're not gonna do none of that. So my rule has always been, I have not had a man with his hands on me, and I'm not gonna be responsible for my actions if you do. With that being said, I also knew I've been a hothead my whole life. So I actually didn't purchase my first firearm until I was over 30. But had I needed something in the heat of the moment, I always had family I could call. That's one thing I am blessed that I have brothers and cousins. Because when I left my first husband, my cousins and my brother pulled up with their U-Haul and they said, "Now, Shay, we finna empty this house out. If this nigga come in here, we finna lay him out. So if you don't want to do this, you just say it now before we even start putting anything in this U-Haul. Because if you're coming back to him, we're not gonna come back if you need us again. Because we're not gonna keep getting in the middle of no BS." It took one time, and I got the U-Haul. We left, and that was a done deal.
You know, that's a beautiful resource that you had. I really wish it was boomable, and it wouldn't have been difficult for me, especially having to live this day and age, and pertaining to the dick pics. You got to deal with people who are utilizing the burner phones and burner apps to send you that. It's a different number each and every time. So if they try to,
But they can always be tracked because they have to.
but do you know how much money it would take in addition to your attorney to? Because first of all, it's the burner app because it burns your IP right away as soon as you're done. So
Yeah.
that's how the app is designed. So you would have to get the highest level of attorney that's damn near connected to the feds in order to really track that down.
And see, I don't know how it is in Maryland, but in Texas, there's texaslawhelp.org where you can go there, and there's several different ways. But I'm not now. It's like I'm not
Tracking
privy to that
IP
burner
address
stuff.
is
That tracking,
nothing.
yeah. But if that person is that hell bent on doing that, then yeah, you might just need to go to the range and practice, and in case he pop back up like a jack in the box. But most Lord, I almost said something that's not for me to say. You had him whooped. I put it like that because he leave you alone for sure. But yeah, that's horrible. That is ridiculous. And people would try to tell you, "Oh, change your number, change your stuff." No, you're not gonna. No, that would make that person feel like that. Oh, I made a difference in her life. When you see that they're sending that stuff and all of that does not make a difference, you're not changing. You're not changing your name of your channel. You're not doing none of that. That right there shows you're standing up to him more than he ever could. And he's a sick individual, and your happiness makes me happy to know that because you deserve it. You deserve. I don't know how to sing, so I ain't even
I
gonna do
deserve.
that. Yeah, you sing it because I
I
can't sing.
deserve to be loved.
Yeah.
Mama D voice. I deserve. You deserve.
You is kind. You is pretty. You is smart.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. We talk in the Discord a lot, and you know what? Honestly, it'd be your birthday all month, not even just all week. And I know your
Okay.
birthday was sometime last week, and I was
The
there
26th.
from the beginning to the end. Okay, it was like it went from like 2 to 5 in the morning, and I was there the whole time because
And I thank you.
You met her or whatever. So thank you so much, and I love you.
I love you too. Thank you so much. That meant a lot for you to be over there, you, Princess, and the different people that pulled up, and Miss Light Visions came over there for my birthday. It was on the
it was
26th.
me,
That was
you,
Sunday.
Princess, Light Visions. Demita Joe was over there for a while. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else. There were some other people here, but I just maybe can't remember the name.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think who was over there.
The woman that was up there on the panel, the other woman with the locks. She was of a darker skin tone.
Okay, now my mind playing tricks on me now.
You know who was up there because she was up there kind of like from the beginning.
Wasn't that Light Vision?
No, Light Visions came up a bit later. The woman who was up there with locks, I think she had on glasses. Maybe y'all had like a rapport from before.
Oh, you talking about Drea, honey? I don't know why I didn't think Drea. It didn't even come to my mind. Yes, right. Drea, Miss Louisiana, Drea. Yeah, she has a channel too. I don't know why that just in my mind, honey. Child, charge it to my mind, not my heart.
I subscribe to her too.
Yeah, because she has a lot of creativity in her too as well. And I just really wish that, and I don't understand how on YouTube, the same way that they get in the algorithm with the beefing, if there was some type of coalition type thing and everybody would support one another, and it was not someone trying to outdo one another and stick together, do these people not know how much money that could be made? Because just like you can put somebody's name in the channel and drag them, put somebody's name in the channel and give them their flowers if that's what you feel like doing. But if we were to stick together, I really would like to set it up where it would be some type of membership thing for creators. I'm not going to limit it to just Black women creators or just Black creators, but it's something that we actually are lacking in our algorithm, because there's strength in numbers, and we actually could manipulate the algorithm. Like I said, I'm an accounting major, so there's different ways to manipulate numbers. And it actually, I'm going to actually break down an equation and see if this equation works, and I'll let you know about that.
Okay. It lets me know. Well, you know what? It's definitely, I need to recognize cues within myself.
Go to bed.
Yeah, it's time. It's time for me to get up. I've been watching Night Agent on Netflix. I've been watching Night Agent, which is really good. If you watch Blacklist, you'll love Night Agent. I've been also watching Inside Man, totally different from the movie with Denzel, right? And the movie with Denzel was good, but it's this like limited series called Inside Man on Netflix. That's really good. Keep in mind, Monique's Netflix comedy special is dropping on April the 4th. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I'm watching on Netflix. I mean, like outside of the documentaries about Malcolm X, Sam Cooke, Muhammad Ali. Oh, I mean, like when I tell you I find the nooks and crannies within Netflix, like I am not lying to you. Now, what's really interesting, shit, I just found a reason to stick around longer. Here I go.
Okay. The gift of gab is a gift, honey.
Shit. Okay, this is what, because I mean, like, I'm going to talk about it, and this is what I was going to talk about today, but these text messages came out, and I'm like, this butts the line. Apparently, there's this new thing called digital blackface. Did you hear about it?
Yeah. Isn't there like a person that has their own, there's a digital, a complete avatar who is has like brand deals, and it's actually a white man behind it.
that's not really the basis of digital blackface. So I think I'm gonna wait to talk about it because I
well, no,
did.
well, go ahead. I'm intrigued now. Please tell me. So that's not the digital blackface. Then that must be a different name. But please tell me about it now. I'm intrigued.
If there's anybody watching, let me see, because the numbers are going down, and I totally understand because we ain't talking about shit. Put a 7 in the chat if you have heard about and you know what digital blackface is, and put an 8 in the chat if you're like, what the hell is that?
I'm on the 8 side now at this point.
So put a 7 in the chat if you've heard of digital blackface, and put a 8 in the chat if you haven't heard of digital blackface and you're like, what the hell is that? Okay, 3, 7. It's kind of giving half and half. No, it's giving more 8s. Okay. It's giving more. Okay, it's giving more people don't even understand.
Yeah.
That's what we will be discussing tomorrow then. Because it's really interesting because I want to.
Oh, yeah, Doris, I did hear about that. About people using black memes and stuff. I heard that. Is that the digital blackface?
Essentially, if we were gonna make it like simple and just keep it right there, yeah, essentially, yeah, that's what it is, yeah. But they're saying that a new term that's been defined. Okay. Interesting. Y'all know I can't get into it right now because first of all,
yeah, you need to go to bed, honey. You gotta go to work in the morning. So that'll be good for tomorrow.
It will. And I'll combine that with my review and my thoughts in the outline that I created based off of Rachel Dolezal. And she has a Netflix documentary. And I think aligning them two, I think will be very, very easy. Because I'm just like, I didn't even realize Rachel had a documentary on Netflix that came out 3 years ago. But I just watched it, and I have a lot of thoughts. I won't say I have empathy, but she does have a deep story, and I can understand why she took that route. But that route is not right? So I do want to share my unpopular opinion about Rachel, and I want to discuss it. But I think it's the perfect time to marry digital blackface and this new. The surfacing, like the creation, should I say, of digital blackface and Rachel Dolezal. I feel like it's the perfect time to merge those two. I mean, she's had a plight, she's had a story, and I'm not taking up for her because she's so fucked up for doing what she did, but there is a situation, and I want to, and I want to talk about that.
Yeah, I'm about to go check her out.
Yeah, watch it. That way, when you see what I'm talking about, you've seen the whole documentary. So if you have Netflix, watch it. So that when you see the video, you'll be like, okay, I got all the intel. But yeah, I'm just like, damn, I'm about to do a whole public video about a 3-year-old documentary because it's been on Netflix for 3 years, but I didn't know. I just stumbled.
I'm gonna say, who knew? Girl, I sure didn't know.
I just stumbled. I'm like, this is probably not gonna get no views. But I'm like, it's about color, it's about race, which is a subject that I can tackle. And then, child, I got ripped to shreds because I'm light skinned. Anyway, that's a child. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and get up off of here and enjoy my Thursday night. I call this Friday Junior, is what I call
Thursday night.
So tomorrow is Friday, and I look forward to talking to all of y'all. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. If you are in the Discord, let me know what's popping. Hold on. Somebody said, hold on. Can we talk about how Meg is still getting BS and never got any actual sincere apologies? But everybody instantly refused to believe this upstanding Black man that hit a white woman. Hmm.
I'm still not seeing the correlation with that. Maybe I'm a little tired. I don't know. I have to rethink that.
The correlation is abuse, physical abuse, right?
I mean about the people. I'm saying about the fact that Meg is still getting BS, and then but everybody instantly refused to believe this upstanding
The
Black man hit a white woman.
correlation is people had little to no evidence, right? And it was
that go with anything.
And Meg was made out to be the villain, even though she was supposed to be the victim in the situation because she was shot. And it was, let's just, she ain't telling the truth. Let's just come against Megan.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't see the correlation about how he is not, how about him, people refusing to believe that he did it against the white woman. But
I think that's just the point right there. Is a lot of people before these text messages came out, they was like, y'all jumping the gun to tear down a Black man. And Megan and Will, you know what it really boils down to is the point, and I can't remember which caller it was that called in and was like, men will pick apart women, but they won't hold their own counterparts and hold their own fellas accountable. So it's quick to say, this woman is lying. Okay, well, she was shot in the feet. She was beaten. Okay. But when it comes, and she's a liar. She was shot in the feet. Oh, no, she's a liar. She was making. But when it comes to this situation, is y'all just want to tear a Black man down. Let it play out. It's like, oh, give the Black man who allegedly.
That's what I'm saying. It look like it's the same exact thing instead of two different reactions. It seems like it's the same reaction to me.
It's
protect the Black man, fuck the woman. Seem like, no, whether you Black or white, look like that's what it's looking like. You know, the Black man gotta have a titty in his mouth. That no matter if the titties are attached to me and I don't want him on it, but he gotta have it. Shit. No, thank you. I'm not doing the coddling.
She was easily tore down while Jonathan was easily lifted up because it's like, y'all don't have no proof. I mean, truth be told, you tearing Meg down based off of what proof? She got bullets in her feet. She got, okay, so all of this sounds certain.
She was torn down because she was a Black woman.
She didn't shoot herself.
All I feel like.
Right. She was right. So this is a Black woman that didn't shoot herself, but we've got some gun violence here, right? It's clearly somebody shot her. She didn't shoot herself. Right. And it's like, let's tear her down, right? But when it came to trying to hold this Black man accountable, it's just like, I'm standing with him. This must be the white man. This must be Marvel. This must be whatever. I can't just say or conclude that he he did it's a total double standard.
Yeah.
It's a complete and absolute double standard.
And it's messed up. For sure.
Interesting. I'll be thinking about this while I get my little writing together. After this, I got one more day and then I got vacation next week, which I'm so proud of. So tomorrow's my last day at work. And then I'm off Monday through Friday next week because I had some hours I was about to use or lose.
Hey, get it, girl.
Okay, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take advantage of my PTO. I'm going to take advantage of my paid time off. All right. I just want to quit. Some days I wake up and I'm just like, I want to quit. But I'm like, you know what? You stay there sometime. Because what the fuck else?
Okay, and if you've been there for over a year, baby, you better take FMLA leave and just do your YouTube while you're on FMLA leave to give yourself a year.
I've been there for 3 years, so I'm gonna stay for as long as I can, whatever. But if I if I there are other options that I'm exploring. That's what I'll say. That I want a reason to wake up in the morning and feel like I'm excited to help this happen. So
Yes, and I'm living the soft life. I can see Jane living the soft life.
I could, child, if I get a little pregnant, it's like, no, I'm joking.
Yes. Get you some Geritol, girl. Let me hush for you. Go get you some liquid Geritol. I'm old school with it.
It is what it is. Anyway, let me go ahead and get off here. Eat some dinner. Have a good night. I hope you all have a good night. I'll get in the Discord because I see it's been like 100 messages. I need to see what the hell y'all talking about in the Discord and see what's going on to see if we're gonna do a members only or if I'm gonna speak to my video editor to see what we need to do. But
Okay,
thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you so much for having me, and I will be going more going live more on my channel because, like I said, I was doing that from my phone. But what I did is I upgraded my son to a new gaming laptop. He'll be getting it tomorrow, so I'll be getting his HP laptop.
Nice. Well, I hope that y'all are able to enjoy it because I know how it is playing on video games. I was a Grand Theft Auto type of gal back in the day on the PlayStation 2 with Crazy Taxi and all of Nintendo 64, 007, Diddy Kong, Donkey Kong.
Get
Yeah.
it, girl.
The gaming. Okay. I'm one of them.
I like to watch. My nerves too bad. I can't hit the buttons and all of that in time, honey. So I just have to watch my sons play. I love to watch Fortnite, girl. That is an addiction that nobody probably ever has but me. But baby, I'll be like, baby, you want to play Fortnite? I'll buy you a new character.
Child, well, I guess I'm living through you because it ain't from me, child. But
all right, well, y'all have a good night. Thanks for having me, and I will see you later.
No problem. See you next time. Bye.
All right, bye.
All right, so it's time to go. Clearly, I was all ugly earlier because I was crying, and I decided to get vulnerable with y'all for whatever reason. I just don't even feel like y'all deserve that from me. I just don't even feel like y'all deserve. I don't feel like y'all deserve for me to be vulnerable. I feel like some people or some of y'all are going to, what's the word? Assume fucked up shit. I'm clearly not light skinned to you all. Okay, well, maybe I should go around calling this baby right here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't trust y'all, child. And guess what? This baby right here on the screen, this baby don't trust y'all either. Let's keep it a bean. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. But nonetheless, we will have a different video coming out for y'all tomorrow. There is some stuff going on with Jaguar. Ooh, this stuff got some 0 calories, 0 fat, 0 carbs, 0 everything, but it's got a little burn to it. Someone said, what? You still got your baby face, your light skin, your cheeks into Vietnam. Get super red at times. Yeah, I know. Well, at least me turning red. Like, I get red all the time. Them big old eyes are a hot mess. Them big old eyes is a hot mess. And my mother slapping them tuberculosis in my head. I just cannot with my mother. I cannot. And this is me just like not having any cognizance as to how ugly and not cute I look. Not saying I looked ugly at this time, right? Well, I will call some of my baby pictures ugly, but it's just like, girl, not you smile. I'm so glad these baby teeth left. Let's start there because these little teeth look like shark teeth. Baby shark, do 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 shark, do 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 shark, do 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 baby shark. These teeth is ugly as fuck. I'm so glad they came out and grew back because, baby, what the? What is these teeth? But you know what? When I'm not trying to be cognizant of what I look like, I be having so much fun. So that's what this reminds me of, even though I feel like this picture about ugly as shit. Like, why would I sit here and smile like this? But it's the same way where I'm sitting here sometimes and I can't stop myself from laughing. Anyway. Anyway, it is what it is. But okay. I'm not light skinned. I'm not light skinned, right? These pictures are much different. I'm so much darker. I'm not like, and people fail to realize light makes a hell of a difference. I found a way to make my makeup look really good on camera. Tonight's one of those nights where my makeup looks pretty good on camera, right? But in person, it looks horrible. Now, mind you, I've been crying, so it don't look as good as it. You know, I did a little bit of crying. But it's like lighting, makeup, all of those things contribute to your on-camera presentation, whether it be the hue of your skin, the undertone of your skin, how people perceive you in general. I look a lot warmer on camera than I look in real life. But okay. But I get in trouble and I catch backlash if I'm light skinned. If I say I'm light skinned. Because I think light skin is right and brown skin is wrong. I need some people to seek help. I really should have got smart with some people. Let me end this because I apologize in that video because I wanted to dead the whole conversation. So I'm gonna end it before I backtrack and backpedal. You had some people to say, I wouldn't consider you light skin, I would consider you light brown. Okay, listen, everybody, consider me what you want to consider me. Not gonna change how I consider myself. And when I was growing up, as I stated in the video, we had 3 categories, and I still live by these 3 categories pertaining to me. Light skin, dark skin, brown skin. Brown skin was in the middle of the... I'm damn sure not brown skin. Although some people do call me brown skin. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on with your eyes if you think I'm brown skin. So, you're not brown skin, but you're not light skin. You like brown skin. Like, okay, y'all done created a fraction in the middle of the trifecta of the... Look! I'm not doing these fractions and this division and this math and this shit to make y'all happy. It's cool. I go by thirds. Some of y'all might go by sixes. I'm light skinned in my opinion, and that's me. But if you view me differently, okay, goddamn it, here's a fucking cookie. Matter of fact, the cookie is a snickerdoodle. Are you happy? Are you happy? All right, goodbye, everybody. I'm hungry, so I'm a little aggressive, right? I'm hungry. Bye. I'm getting off here. All right. I love you all so much. Y'all have a lovely evening. It's, what is it? 12:10. Chloe album just dropped, which I'm about to listen to. I'm about to get on FaceTime with my friend. And I love me some Chloe. Nonetheless, you all have an amazing evening. Y'all have a good night. Okay. Hold on. I'm not gonna lie. This is who I wanted in the apology video. Yeah, some people wanted me to like, are y'all okay? Like, are y'all mad? Are you mad? Are you not embarrassed? Is this not embarrassing to you that I consider myself light skinned? Do you think I'm delusional because I call myself light skinned, eh? Am I so far off track from what you think is light skin that now you want to murk me? You want to murk me? Like, come on. Y'all out of your minds. My niece had teeth like that. I used to call her a piranha. Yeah, these teeth was out of pocket. I'm glad that they fell the fuck out and I grew some little sexy teeth. You know what? Here's what I did though. Believe it or not, my teeth, my front teeth were very rounded. Like the two front teeth, they were very rounded. And I was extremely enamored with Aaliyah's teeth, and they were very square. Lasagna got square teeth too, so maybe she. Honestly, though, what I did though, because I felt like my two front teeth were too like rounded to me, I took a nail file. So crazy! I can't believe I did this, but I did it. And I took a nail file and I just to make it more square. And you know what? Honestly, if I go back in time, I would do it again because they were just too. They were too U-y. They were too like too. You see, when I smile, it's not a perfect square, but it damn sure ain't that little like U thing I used to have. So I like took the nail file and I just went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it altered the shape of these. I mean, you could pay money to go to the dentist to do that, right? How much would that be? As opposed to you staying at home and looking in your mirror. And I was 14 too. Was I? Yeah, I was about 14. Yeah. I got time for that. Nobody got time. Nobody got time to go asking your mother to spend $1,000 to get your teeth straight. Child, just take the file. It's terrible. I hate to tell y'all about this, but nobody got time for that. Okay. Bye, FameCom, because I know what type of time you on. I know what you like to encourage. Ain't nobody got time. It didn't hurt though. Somebody said, "Oh, the pain." It didn't hurt though. You just needed to be cognizant. How much do you want to take down? So on and so forth. And I'm glad because my teeth wouldn't look as cute as they. I feel like my teeth do look cute. I feel like my teeth do look cute. So it's just a matter of being aware. And I totally filed down my own teeth. Get out of here, FameCom. Get out of here. Get out. Get out. Because I know that you already know what type of time we on. Okay? Lord, Jane is saying that and my blood is crawling. That's what I did to my teeth. I did not like how my teeth looked. They were way too rounded. They were way too rounded. So I took that nail file and I got the business. Okay, a regular nail file. Yeah, I did. So I did what I did. Okay. We got one more day to the weekend. I got one more day. I almost called out today, but I didn't because I'm off all next week. Friday is the 7th because I got a doctor's appointment on the 7th. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay, so I'm off the 3rd to the 7th all next week, using up my vacation time as spring break for the high schoolers. So yeah, I got work today. Anyway, check out Night Agent on Netflix if you haven't already. It's a really good show. Bye. I'm getting out of here because I'm not messing with show. Because some of y'all not even like appreciating my my baby pictures. Y'all not even appreciating it. So I'm gonna just let Baby Jane terrorize y'all. Because honestly, this little girl right here, yeah, she looked like a terrorist. She totally looks like a complete and absolute terrorist. Okay. Okay. All right. She's totally a terrorist for sure. Little kid teeth be weird though. They do. They really do. Not was I biting people. You know what? Go to hell. Not was I biting people. Where Tyra at? Because you out of your... Was I bite? Girl. Huh. You. Huh. But...
Stop it! I have never in my life yelled at a girl like this. When my mother yells at this, it's because she loves me. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this. You go to bed at night, you lay there, you take responsibility for yourself.
Not was I biting people. You know what? Get out of my face. Out of my face. Out of my face. Bye. Woo. Lord. Was I biting people? I've always been a horse player. I'll say that. Yeah, a horse play. If you play with me and we gonna be tickling and whatnot, just expect what you gonna expect. It's gonna get a little rough. We're gonna have some fun. Shit. Y'all is crazy. Did you bite people? Child. You know what? Y'all ain't, you're gonna have to pay for your sins one day. You gonna have to pay for your, who was it this, whoever you was that said, did you bite people? You gonna have to pay for your sins that you committed one day. And that day is coming, and I hope I'm able to oversee. Stop it. Anyway, I love you all so much. Okay, looking at Discord. Okay, I know there's a lot that I missed in the Discord while the live was happening, and I couldn't focus on the Discord and the live, so I was just like, y'all, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to look in there. We're gonna have a good day. A shout out to everybody who joined the membership this evening. I will be sharing the Discord link at some point within the next 4 weeks.
Out of pocket for that shit. Way out of pocket. What do you gain from that?
Somebody said, girl, I can see you as a kid at school. Yeah, I mean, like, I was a little, what was I? I don't have a word, but I mean, like, yeah. Don't leave me unattended. That's what I can say. Sure. Fuck was going on. Bye, y'all. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I'm sleepy. Y'all stay beautiful, black, and blessed. And I'm going to catch y'all in the next video. Deuces.
But that's it. If you want to catch more of my commentary on Black culture or vital and trending information, be sure to subscribe by hitting that little circle in the middle of the screen, or I'll catch you in one of these rectangles to the right in another video. I'll see you there.